Good morning. So today is a program of the Instrument for Pre-Accession. We are very happy to welcome Albania, Bosnia-Herzegovina, Kosovo, Montenegro, North Macedonia, Serbia, and Turkey. Welcome to all. We know there were quite a number of you attending these webinars. The objective of the Instrument for Pre-Accession is training on the acquis communautaire, which means the cumulative body of EU primary and secondary laws and policies. In the context of medicines regulation, these include legislation, guidance, procedures, and overall the implementation of our legal framework. We want to train you, we want to share with you our experience so that when you join formally the EU, this will take place in a smooth and efficient way. The EU is all about working together. For us, in the area of public health, this means building on trust, respect, and good data. This will be for the sake of patients and consumers all over our countries. This is all the more important as we are in a very difficult time with the crisis of COVID-19. This is all about international collaboration as well, because we cannot stay isolated, and together we are stronger and we do a better job. All speakers today and tomorrow will bring their expertise and experience to you. Ideally, we would have liked to have a face-to-face meeting, but the silver lining of this is that we have even more of you able to attend because our webinars can be shared with a wider audience. In fact, beyond the accessing and candidate countries, we have actually a number of people from the EU national competent authorities joining as observers. We expect about 300 people online, so this is all the reason why housekeeping rules are quite important to follow. Welcome to you, welcome to them as well. We will hear about a number of challenges or issues. They may sound difficult or they may even seem frightening to manage. This is also the feedback we got when some countries joined in 2004. But please remember that these challenges have been ours when we joined or when we built the EU. So we've been there before. We have asked all our presenters to keep the time for questions and answer session, so you can ask whatever you need to know or understand. Don't be shy. Again, we had the same questions before. Now, I would like to thank very strongly all the people who have prepared this webinar. It's been a long work, difficult work. I would like to thank the audiovisual team, which is fully helping us today. Clément Lagalis, who is over there, Sandra Gogo, Christophe Hasselbock, and of course, Riccardo Luigetti. Thank you to all the speakers as well for the excellent collaboration and preparation. We know that adding this to your very high workload, because we are all affected by COVID-19, was quite a challenge. But I wish you all a very useful meeting. So please participate in the question and answer sessions. And please, afterwards, don't forget to provide feedback. We have more webinars to come and we would like to improve. So again, please remember the housekeeping rules, quite important. Double check that you're muted. Only unmute yourself if you are actively speaking, and please follow the presentation and ask questions. Don't be shy. Thank you very much.
You want to give the floor?
So now we are going to start our program. As you can see the program on the screen, the first part is setting the scene, the EU and its regulatory system for medicines, and Riccardo is going to present today. Thank you very much. Riccardo, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Agnes. So a very brief presentation. I'm Riccardo Luigetti. I work at EMA International Affairs in Agnes International Affairs team. So what I'm doing today is to set the scene for this training, giving you an introduction, a very brief introduction to the European Union and its regulatory system for medicines. So this should prepare the ground for the next webinars, which will address more specific topics. So in terms of contents, we'll see briefly what the European Union is, then the EU regulatory system for medicines. Then we will go to some details of the European Union marketing authorization procedures. We will see what the role of EMA is in this system, and we'll speak a little bit of international activities. So the activities we have, the cooperation with international regulators. Okay, so the European Union is a union of 27 independent sovereign member states, all of them located in Europe. You have the list in the slide. Of course, there used to be 28. Now the United Kingdom, as you know, has decided to leave the Union. The European Economic Area is formed by the 27 European Union member states plus Iceland, Liechtenstein, and Norway. And the reason why I say it is because as regards medicines, these three further countries have the same right and duties of the European Union member states. So we will speak about the European Union during this webinar, but in this specific field also includes Iceland, Liechtenstein, and Norway. So some key facts about the European Union. The population is about 500 million people. The GDP is a very big figure. And the global sales of medicines, the value of the medicines sold in the European Union is about 27% of the total value of medicines on the market in the world. The system is complex, you can imagine. Just to give you an idea, we have 24 official languages and, just to say, 3 different alphabets in the European Union. So this gives you an idea of how important it is that the coordination of all the resources coming from the member states and institutions like the EMA, which are deeply involved in coordinating the work of the experts from the member states. Some more key facts about the European Union is that one of its most important feature is the single market, which has been realized through a standardized system of laws that applies to all the member states. In the field of medicines, the single market has been achieved very, very well. And this means that as regards authorization and supervision of safety of medicines, the same rules and procedures apply to all the 27 member states. Also, accession to the EU means a commitment to apply to the so-called European Union acquis, which is the body of legislation and guidance, and this is to ensure that once joined, all the EU member states operate to the same standards. There is a citation on the slide from the Treaty of Rome. The Treaty of Rome states that the single market refers to the European Union as one territory without any internal borders. So as regards free movement of goods and services. This treaty also establishes 4 pillars for the European Union, or 4 fundamental freedoms, which is the free movement of people, services, goods, and capital. There can't be one of these freedoms without the others. So that's all really for this presentation on the European Union. Now it's a regulatory system for medicines. In the next slide, we have a visual representation of the EU regulatory network for medicines. The idea that this slide wants to give is that there are many institutions, many agencies, and other institutions which work together in an interconnected and interdependent way. So the most relevant actors in this system are about 50 national regulatory authorities, including authorities for both human and vet products, the European Commission, and the European Medicines Agency. these institutions, all of them work together to make a complex system still one of the most efficient in the world, if not the most efficient. Okay. One of the most important feature of, if not the most important of this system is transparency. The European network, the European system, regulatory system for medicines is very transparent. This transparency is achieved in several ways. The one very important thing is that none of the experts working for the system can have a financial or other interest that could affect his or her impartiality. Also, the assessments are carried out normally by a rapporteur and co-rapporteur, but then there is a discussion at committee level where all the member states are represented, and peer review. So no one can make decisions on his own. Every decision has to be collegial, has to be taken by everyone in the system together. Also, we publish a lot of documents. You might have heard of the European Public Assessment Reports, which are on our websites, but also agendas and minutes in general. This allows public scrutiny of how EMA works. So I invite everyone to go on our website. There is a lot of information there, and it's a really interesting one if you're in the field of medicines and you're a regulator. So this was a very brief introduction of the European Union regulatory system for medicines. Now, a little bit more in detail, a very important feature of this system, which is the marketing authorization procedures, how medicines are authorized to be put on the market in the European Union. There are two basic ways to get, for a company to get one of its product on the market: the centralized procedure and national procedures. As we said before, although the European Union is a territory which includes 27 member states, these member states are still sovereign countries. So national procedures still apply to for the authorization of medicines. But the main thing I want to say here with this slide is that whatever route is followed to get a product on the market, the rules are the same. So there is one set of common rules which applies to all the member states in the European Union, and to the EMA, the European Commission, and to all the actors in the system. The centralized procedure, some details on it. The centralized procedure envisage a single assessment EU-wide, and the authorization given through the centralized procedure is valid in the entire territory of the European Union. The assessment is carried out by the EMA committees, the CHMP or CVMP for human or veterinary products, and the EMA through its committees gives a recommendation, a scientific opinion to the European Commission, which is the institution which actually responsible for granting the marketing authorization, so responsible for the formal act of granting the marketing authorization. So again, going back, if you still remember the slide we have seen before, there are national competent authorities, the EMA, the European Commission, working closely together, everyone with its own responsibilities in order to get products on the market and to assess them as best as possible. The centralized procedure is mandatory for most innovative medicines and critical therapeutic areas. And in this slide, you can see the medicines for which the centralized procedure is mandatory. There are the most important therapeutic areas, such as HIV, cancer, diabetes, and others. You have them on the slide. But also medicines derived from biotechnology processes, genetic engineering, etc. Complex products need to Mr.
Sorry,
Kramarski,
if
please
you
mute
could
your...
you mute yourself, please?
Thank you.
Could you mute yourself, please, Sunday?
Okay, so the medicines derived from biotechnology processes, genetic engineering, etc. Also for these products, the centralized procedure is mandatory, as well as for advanced therapy medicines, which are gene therapy, somatic cell therapy, and tissue engineering, engineered medicinal products. For officially designated orphan medicines, so medicines which are developed to treat rare diseases that only affect a few patients population. For all these products, the centralized procedure is mandatory. And the reason for it is that the legislation aims at giving the same level of access to these very important medicines to all the European Union citizens in all its member states. There is also an optional scope for new active substances or non-active substances where they represent a significant innovation, or for medicines where the authorization is in the interest of patients at community level. The centralized procedure is possible, but it's not mandatory. So it's a choice of the applicant, of the company, to decide if they want to go through the centralized procedure or through national procedures. Now, talking about national procedures, we have three main kinds: the decentralized procedure, the mutual recognition, and purely national procedures. Decentralized procedure is for new products which are applied for in more than one member states. The mutual recognition applies where a product is already authorized in one of the member states, and the company wants to extend this authorization to other member states. And then there are still purely national procedures, but these purely national procedures are only applied for products which are not authorized elsewhere in the Union and are only applied for in one of the member states. Because if a product is already authorized in one of the member states, to extend this authorization is mandatory to go through mutual recognition. Having said that, we have seen that many, actually the most important products, the most critical products are authorized through the centralized procedure. But in terms of numbers, in numeric terms, most of the products on the market in the European Union, like many generics and medicines with non-active substances, are still authorized through national procedures. So they are still very important. How these national procedures work? Normally, a reference member state is identified, which carries out the assessment. The other concerned member states have the possibility to object if they don't agree with the assessment carried out by the reference member state. Then, if there is no agreement, which is a rare eventuality, but it can happen, there are two bodies for human and veterinary products at the EMA called the coordination groups, which work and to resolve these points for disagreement. If still the agreement at the coordination group is not possible, the matter can be referred to the EMA committees, to the CHMP or CVMP. And in this case, the outcome of the CHMP and CVMP referral is binding for all the member states, so applies to all the member states. Again, the aim of the legislation is to avoid discrepancies and disharmonization. Through this system ensures that every product is authorized with the same SPC, the same indications, etc., in all the concerned member states. Because before I go to the role of EMA, I wonder if there are questions at this stage. I haven't seen any question coming through the chat, but this would be a good moment to ask questions. The slides will be shared after the meeting. So. Is there any question you want to ask now? Please write it on the chat. Okay, if not, we can go ahead.
And you can continue writing your questions while Ricardo is continuing to present, and then we will take the question after the next break. Thank you.
Okay, the role of EMA. What we do. In general, the aim of the EMA is to protect human and animal health. So this is the aim. That's why we work. This can be done in many ways. The most important areas of our work, the most critical, are facilitating development and access to medicines, evaluating applications for market authorization, monitoring the safety of medicines across their life cycles. This is the pharmacovigilance system. And also very important is communication. So EMA provides information on human and veterinary medicines to healthcare professionals and to patients, and in general to the public. So these are the main areas of EMA work. But who we are, who is involved in these activities. The EMA staff members are about 900 at the moment, but the EMA staff are mostly involved in coordinating the work of a big network all across Europe of scientific experts. So we have about 4,000 experts in all the European Union member states, which work for EMEA and are coordinated by the EMA staff members. These experts, they do a lot of activities. One of them, very important, is to be part of the EMA committees. There are 7 committees at EMA, and you have them on this slide. But then some more about the committees. As said, we have 7. Their work is extremely important for the European, for patients in the European Union and for public health. The most notorious of this committee is probably the Committee for Human Medicinal Products, or CHMP, which is responsible to give any scientific opinion on behalf, to adopt any scientific opinion on behalf of the European Union, including, of course, scientific opinions on marketing authorization of new products. Before the authorization is actually granted by the European Commission. Then there is the CVMP, which is the counterpart of CHMP for veterinary medicinal products, similar responsibilities, with the addition of the maximum residue limits for veterinary medicinal products released on the environment. Then we have the so-called CAT, the Committee for Advanced Therapies, which looks at advanced therapy medicinal products, gene therapy and cell therapy, and tissue engineered medicinal products. We have the HMPC, which deals with herbal medicinal products. The PDCO, the Pediatric Committee, which supports the development of medicines for children and provides scientific expertise and on matters related to pediatrics. Very important, they evaluate the so-called PIPs, the Pediatric Investigation Plans, which are mandatory for medicines submitted applied for, which can be used for in the pediatric population. Then there is the COMP, the Committee for Orphan Medicinal Products, which recommends the designation of medicinal products as orphans. You know that if a medicinal product is designed as orphan, they have many advantages to be put on the market, so it has to be officially designated as orphan medicinal products, and this is the main responsibility of the COMP. And last but not least is the PRAC, the Pharmacovigilance Risk Assessment Committee, which deals with pharmacovigilance, and one of its responsibility is to assess signals coming from our pharmacovigilance databases such as Vigilance. Yes. So, okay, I will stop here. There is a question on the chat. Someone is asking, is there any procedure or decision like mutual recognition between third country and the European Union for authorized VMP with centralized procedure? Then it says, your opinion, how to accept expert opinion in our law and some experience in the region of Southeast Europe. There is no mutual recognition for accepting decisions made in Europe in other jurisdictions, but there are a lot of international cooperation going on. So this question really gives me a very good input to go to the last part of this presentation, which is on international activities and international cooperation. But before I give the floor to Agnes, which wants to intervene.
Yes, mutual recognition means mutual by definition, meaning that we would have to accept opinions and approval granted elsewhere into our system, and the other country, the third country, would have to accept our decisions. The principle of reliance is to be able to share assessment, but the country that is receiving this assessment remains free to approve or not approve. So we prefer the terms and the principle of reliance to mutual recognition. Mutual recognition is really a EU system which allows, because we know all member state competent authorities have the same level and capability. So it relies on trust and confidence, because also our legislation is exactly the same. When you have different legislation, it is in practice very difficult to accept mutual recognition. We do it for GMP inspections, but this is not the same. We accept the result of the inspection. It is not the result of an approval. So to sum up, we do not have mutual recognition for veterinary products or for human products, but we apply the principle of reliance, and this will be also explained during all these webinars. Thank you.
Yes, actually it will be explained now under international, under the last part of this presentation on international activities. So I'm happy to have received this question. It means that someone is interested in this. So I will start saying why we need international regulatory cooperation. The reason is that we live in a complex world, globalized, and every day is a little bit more complex. So really no one can work in isolation anymore. The manufacture and distribution is now globalized. The supply chains are complex. There are complex manufacturing processes, complex formulations, micellar system, nanotechnologies are examples. Complex products, biotechnology products, gene therapy, cell therapy, and this is really a little subset of all the complexities that we face every day as regulators. So cooperation is essential, mainly to avoid the duplication of work. There is no point in redoing something that has been already done by someone else. And also cooperation allows us to release the resources, which by definition are scarce, for more critical areas. This in turn should allow to speed up patients' access to new products, or to give them access to more affordable products, in particular in some areas of the world where this is particularly important. But also some regulators may lack resources. All this complexity means that there is no regulator which can cover everything by itself. This doesn't only apply to less developed countries. This applies to everyone, including the EMA, the FDA, and everyone else. So complexity and globalization is the reason why nowadays international regulatory cooperation is a necessity. So now, EMA is deeply involved in international cooperation. We have, in terms of bilateral cooperation, we have some formalized bilateral agreements, confidentiality arrangements in particular, and mutual recognition agreements. I won't cover in this presentation mutual recognition agreements because they are part of another presentation, but I will spend a minute on confidentiality arrangements. These are formalized bilateral agreements, and this is for sure something to aim for, but to have a formalized arrangement, working arrangement or agreement, need trust to be built before. In certain cases, it needs that each other regulatory system is assessed, and it needs time to be formalized. So it's not possible to have at the moment to have these bilateral agreements with everyone, but we have some less formalized forms of cooperation. We call them ad hoc cooperation mechanisms. And for example, together with the European Commission, we have these mechanisms with China, India, and Russia. And now we have started with candidate countries and potential candidate countries, and this is also very important to us. These are useful tools, and they are a good start towards deeper cooperation and maybe towards formalization of the agreements. Okay, talking about confidentiality arrangements. In this slide, we have confidentiality arrangements with countries and organizations. You have our current confidentiality arrangements in this slide. You can see the countries with whom we have confidentiality arrangements are Canada, US, Switzerland, Australia, and Japan. We also have confidentiality arrangements with the WHO and the EDQF. These are extremely important agreements because they allow us to exchange confidential information. So they allow us to speak about products, for example, products which have been submitted in both in more than one jurisdiction, in Europe and in another jurisdiction. So you can imagine how important it is. And coming back to the question we received before, there is no mutual recognition, but these confidentiality arrangements give us the possibility to discuss products before they are authorized, and they reduce the disharmonization or they reduce disharmonized decisions worldwide. EMA is extremely involved. Agnes is very keen to have more of these confidentiality arrangements. We might have more in the near future. And also we have some so-called Adoc confidentiality arrangements with other countries, which for very specific topics, very specific and very critical topics, like the pandemic, the COVID-19 pandemic, the nitrosamines, which have kept us very busy in the last months. So there will be more, and at EMA, at International Affairs, we're working really hard to improve and to have and to increase the number of these confidentiality arrangements. Multilateral cooperation. This is also very important and becoming more and more important. EMA is involved in a number of multilateral cooperation organizations. You have some of them in the slide. I'm not going to read them aloud, but you might know what the International Council of Harmonization, or ICH, is, the International Coalition of Medicines Regulatory Authorities, the WHO, etc., etc. PICS, also very important in the field of GMP. So multilateral engagement is important, and its importance is actually growing. It has grown in the last years, and it's still becoming even more important. Now, Agnes has already mentioned reliance. Reliance is a concept which is becoming more and more important. It has been more and more important in international cooperation. So important that it has been even defined in a guideline issued by the World Health Organization. And the WHO has defined reliance as taking into account assessment done by others, but at the same time retaining responsibility for the decision. So in other words, one regulator makes available the work done, often in the form of an assessment report, of an inspection report, and then another regulator at the receiving end uses this knowledge, this work done by others, according to its own rules and procedures, maintaining responsibility for its own decision. So reliance is very important. It can be formalized. I have a couple of examples of formalized reliance. A very important one, something we are very proud of, is the so-called Article 58, now also called EU Medicines for All. Through this system, the EMA, through its committees, carries out an assessment of products which are not supposed to be put on the market in the European Union. For example, for diseases which are not present in the European Union anymore. Malaria is an example. And the assessment has the same, is as strict and scientifically sound than what it's done for a centralized procedure, but the product is not to be marketed in the European Union. So the assessment, once finished, is made available to the WHO and to other countries, for example, less developed countries in Africa, and they use this assessment to make their own decisions, maintaining the responsibility for their decisions, their final decision. So this is Article 58. We also cooperate with WHO on the so-called WHO Collaborative Registration Program with stringent regulatory authorities. The idea is not much different. The main difference is that this applies to products authorized in Europe. So companies want to extend the authorization, the licensing to other countries, very often in this context in Africa. Regulators might not have the capacity to to carry out completely their own assessment. So the EMA simply makes its assessment available to WHO and to these regulators with the company consent, and they can use it, but maintaining again the responsibility for the final decision. In certain cases, for example, additional clinical studies might be requested, or anything else which they think it's necessary. So these are two examples of formalized reliance processes, but this is the last slide in the presentation. I think it may be very important for candidate countries and potential candidates, so please maintain higher attention for this last slide. Despite we have these kind of formalized reliance processes, I want to say that EMA is always available and actually happy, favorable to share its assessment reports as far as possible, of course. This can be done in different ways. First of all, I would like to remind everyone that redacted assessment reports where commercially confidential information have been deleted are published on our website for all the products authorized through the centralized procedure. But if you need an unredacted assessment report where the confidential information is still there, this is often possible to obtain it from us. We can share it. The only thing we need, of course, is consent from in the absence of a confidentiality arrangement. We need that the involved company, the market authorization holder or the applicant, has to consent to us to share the assessment report. Another way is to get the assessment report directly from the company. The assessment report is intellectual property of EMA, but we have no objections for company to share the assessment reports with other regulators. We have published a question and answer explaining this, but we're still available if the companies want to be reassured to confirm in writing to them that we have no objection to share these assessment reports. So, as I said, very often it is possible to obtain an unredacted assessment report from the EMA for one of our products. The only data that always need to be redacted are personal data according to the new legislation passed by the European Union. Okay, with this I finished. I see there is already one question on the chat. Please take the occasion to ask questions if you have questions. So first question: in the light of pandemic, are some of Adoc mechanisms of confidentiality arrangements to be expected for candidate countries in terms of COVID-19 vaccines? Yeah, very interesting question. I'll give the floor to Agnes.
Thank you, Riccardo. Thank you for the presentation. Really, don't be shy. Ask questions. It doesn't matter if it looks simple. And thank you for those who are already answering questions in the chat. For NRA, yes, it's National Regulatory Authority, NCA, National Competent Authority. Sorry, we try to avoid abbreviation, but they creep up all the time. So the question about sharing information, I think the agency has decided to be extremely transparent during the COVID and in relation to COVID, to go beyond what we normally publish. And in terms of safety, there will be regular publication of all the information we have. We're also publishing scientific advice. We are publishing our assessment on an ongoing basis, and we are going to publish also risk management plan and the review of vaccine vigilance. So I'm not even sure we need a confidentiality arrangement in this case to share this information, because for us it is absolutely necessary to share information we have on vaccine. This is for two reasons. First, because COVID is a global issue, but more importantly, because we've seen an increase in vaccines hesitancy. We prefer to work on vaccine confidence than vaccine hesitancy. But in order to increase vaccine confidence, we need to be transparent. We need to work with the public to make sure that their questions are answered. And we have to make sure that this information on safety is not hidden. It is actually shared with the public, and we explain that it is not a single element that makes the benefit risk. The benefit risk is a complex construct, which takes from the efficacy. You may know that the FDA, for example, has published a guideline, and they have put an efficacy criterion for vaccine of 50% with a lower bound of confidence interval at 30% for the efficacy criterion. We haven't published similar guideline because what we want to say is it will depend on the balance of benefit risk. This is not just one figure or one side effect that makes the benefit risk of a product. So the safety will be shared and made public, but we want to look at the whole overall picture of the benefit risk together. So this is quite important. And as I said, I don't think we need the specific element of confidentiality arrangement for this aspect because we are going to be transparent. So please bring in your questions. I see that other questions about a unfortunate abbreviation. So NRA, National Regulatory Authority, NCA, National Competent Authority, SRA, Stringent Regulatory Authority. This is a little bit an outdated concept. WHO is moving away from the SRA concept, which was traditionally the founder countries of ICH, i.e. the FDA, Japan, and the EU, with Swissmedic and Singapore being also associated with TGA on Australia. But we are moving to maturity level of regulatory authorities, and this is a new exercise that is taking place at the same time. So SRA is still used in some places, but will be replaced by a different.
Yes.
So you want to take the EDQM and EMA question?
Yes. So on SRAs, if you see WLA, which is WHO listed authorities, the meaning is by and large the same. EMA and EDQM work together. First of all, we have now a confidentiality arrangement, so we can exchange information. Confidential information. EMA and EDQM, we work together in many different ways. The most important one maybe is that EDQM carries out a lot of GMP inspections for active substance manufacturers in the context of their program when they issue the certificates of suitability with the monographs of the European Pharmacopoeia. Normally they inspect manufacturers before they issue these certificates, and most of their inspections are carried out by European Union inspectors, and in this case, these inspections are also used by the European Union for their own purposes, for monitoring the GMP compliance of these manufacturers. So this is one of the ways we cooperate, but another important one is that they participate to a lot of our working parties and groups related to quality mostly, and to but also very important related to herbals. So this is let's say you know that EDQM is not a European Union body; it's a Council of Europe body. So we're not part of the strictly part of the same system, but we cooperate in many ways, and the ones I have mentioned are among the most important. How often? The next question is, how often are GMP audits shared between EU and FDA, for example, with respect to reliance? This will be for sure covered in another presentation when another speaker will present the European Union system for good manufacturing practices, but I can say here that there is a mutual recognition now between European Union and FDA for recognition of GMP inspection. So we just although the implementation is not complete yet, but we're working towards completely recognizing inspections carried out by each other. So not even need to share, just recognizing the result. Agnes wants to complement.
On the mutual recognition agreement with the FDA, which is, as Ricardo said, being implemented, we have actually agreed that for human medicines, but we have not the whole scope of human medicine. This yet does not include vaccines, sterile products, and other biologicals. So we are working on some areas and not else. We are also working on including the veterinary medicinal product into the scope of the MRA, and this is taking place. But in order to do the mutual recognition agreement, and a topic which will be presented again, you need to make sure there is an assessment of the capability of every single member state and of FDA, of course. And this is taking several months or years, and this is why it is not implemented in one go. At this point in time, we do because we have the MRA for most human medicines, we are exchanging a GCP certificate we're sending to FDA. They can check it in the database, which is as a part which is public, but also we share inspection reports with them because we have both the MRA, the confidentiality arrangement, and even in the case of FDA, because this covers quality aspect, we have a trade secret agreement which allow us to share this information to that level of detail. We will just confirm that we will send the slides after the presentation, don't worry.
And if someone doesn't receive the slides because we don't have really the email of everyone who is who has joined, you have in the slide actually now on the screen this email address, EMA International, one word, at ema.europa.eu. Please send us a request to receive the slides and we will.
We will also ask our contact point in each of the IPA countries to share as much as possible the slides when they have received them. Thank you.
Okay,
next question.
So then another question is about established criteria which pharmacotherapeutical group of innovative medicines must run through the centralized procedure. I think this was in one of the slides. Maybe I can go back. But
While you're looking for the slide, this is what we call, in our jargon, the mandatory scope of the centralized procedure. This is an area where the product, because of its nature or the intent to treat a disease, must go through the centralized procedure. There is no option for the company to go decentralized or mutual recognition. I leave it to Ricardo to continue, but I want to draw your attention to one point because it affects COVID, that the indication when it comes to viral disease is treatment of viral disease. And of course, the vaccine is prevention of viral disease, which means that in the case of COVID, unless the vaccine is a biotech product, which means it will have to go through the centralized, it is not, prevention is not included in the mandatory scope, just for your information.
Thank you, Agnes. So I don't know if the who requested, who asked the question can see the slides, but anyway, please, it is in one of the slides, so please request the slides if you don't receive it otherwise to EMA International at ema.europa.eu and we will send them. Another question is about WHO, which is actually evaluating, as Agnes already mentioned, national regulatory authorities to make them become WHO listed authorities, which stays for stringent regulatory, which replace the stringent regulatory authorities. And one person asked, what is the relation with BIMA? Formally, there is no real relation. Okay, yeah. BIMA is the auditing system we have for national competent authorities in the European Union. Formally, there is no at the moment. Formally, there is no relation between BIMA and the listing of authorities at WHO. There is a lot of discussion anyway going on, and we are making an effort to make the results of BIMA recognized when WHO lists authorities. The other thing that together with the European Commission we're very involved in is trying to make WHO understand that the European Union system is a single system. So there can't be any differentiation between European Union member states. The other thing I can say here is that when the so-called auditing tool was developed by WHO, this was initially based on the BIMA auditing tool. Then it has been extended and made more complex, I would say. But for sure, the BIMA auditing tool was taken into consideration.
On the next question regarding regulatory authority universally accepted as stringent one, actually, no, there is not a such thing. The 4 or 5 authorities that were considered stringent regulatory authorities were those creating ICH initially, plus a few associated with a similar. We are moving to a maturity level assessment. So at the for the time being, we are listed as still a stringent regulatory authority as existing stringent regulatory authorities. If we want to have the WHO listed authority status at maturity level 4, we need to ask for a self-assessment and to be assessed by a group of experts that WHO is convening. This has not been done yet. It has been done for some of authorities that are at maturity level 3, and there is some plan to do it for some of the member states, and there is a process which is starting just now of assessment. But I would say the old SRAs, which were, as I said, Japan, FDA, EU, with Health Canada, Australia, TGA, Swissmedic, and Singapore, were classically considered SRAs, and as far as I know, no one has challenged their status. But in principle, there should be an assessment requested by the country or region in question to be listed now as a WHO listed authority. Thank you. Yeah, the last one, I think it refers to pharmacovigilance. I think there is a little bit of a mix here. We do not need a bilateral cooperation system, which was what we mentioned, a sort of intense collaboration and cooperation with a number of authorities for WHO, ICMRA, or the International Coalition of Medicines Regulatory Authority. But for post-authorization study, we have a register of such studies which can be accessed. And of course, we can provide information on request. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Agnes. We still have 27 minutes, so any other question, please, we'll be very happy to answer as much as we can. You have the possibility.
Just to say that don't hesitate even to ask questions. There will be some repeats in what we do and what we present over the days, because some of the topics are, of course, are overlapping. So don't hesitate to ask questions now. There will be more details on some of the topics, but at least we know also where your interests lie. So this is quite important for us. Don't be shy, ask the questions, and we'll try to answer. Thank you. Maybe I can talk a little bit about the International Coalition of Medicines Regulatory Authority, because we are not sure to have a lot of time, and we have been quite short on this one. This group was a voluntary group of head of authorities who have decided to work together. The International Coalition of Medicines Regulatory Authority is a voluntary group of heads of agencies who have decided to share challenges and issues and work together on a voluntary basis to progress, because they felt they had the same issues. This group has been very active since the beginning of COVID, and we have actually had more than 35 meetings in the last 6 months. We are working on technical aspects to ensure convergence of views between regulatory authorities. We have also shared policies. We have shared regulatory agility or flexibility, which are the way we have adapted to the situation. I will take a single example, which is the Gmp inspection. Currently, because of the travel restriction and for reason of safety of our personnel, many on-site inspections are not possible. So we have decided to try to replace some of the process by desktop assessment, by digitalization of inspection. Some people on the spot have been going around the manufacturing site with cameras to try to identify issues and monitor that the supply chain is safe. So we are adapting. We have also shorter turnaround procedures. We have a number of things that we've done at the regulatory level to facilitate the development of the adaptation to COVID, and to make sure that we can still deliver and protect public health, but at the same time that we are not endangering anybody. We have another question now on Article 58 or EUM for all.
I'll start and then Agnes can complement what I say. You have the slide about Article 58 on the screen for who can see it. Basically, Article 58 refers to Article 58 of the regulation, the European Union regulation, which is the most important pharmaceutical law in the European Union. According to this article, EMA can assess the quality, safety, and efficacy of medicines or vaccine intended for use only outside the European Union. So again, this is for medicines which are not to be marketed in the European Union. Despite that, the evaluation is carried out with the same scientific rigors and standards applied to centralized procedure. But one of the differences is that WHO and relevant non-EU regulatory authorities participate to the assessment. Of course, the benefit risk assessment is targeted at intended non-EU population and indications. And at the end, the EMA issues a scientific decision which is not followed by the marketing authorization, of course, because it is not marketed in the European Union. And at the end, this assessment, this scientific opinion with all the data, etc., is given to the non-EU regulators, to the involved countries, and to WHO, which take their own decision. So if they want to license these products based on the EMA assessment, they can do it. So it's the spirit is cooperation and assistance to regulators which might have less capacity to carry out complex assessment. And this applies to, to both medicines and vaccines. This is very WHO, let's say, jargon, but of course, it's very important for vaccines in addition to other therapeutic products. And Agnes.
Does this often happen?
I'm going to answer. So we are going to continue a little bit on Article 58 and then take the question on COVID. On Article 58, so far, since 2004, when this article was included in Regulation 726/2004, we have had 10 positive opinions. This is not a lot. We're a bit disappointed in a way, but we have more than 135 approval worldwide based on these 10 opinions. So actually the impact of this opinion is enormous. I will quote three of the most, maybe actually most recent, but also most interesting product that we had. One is the malaria vaccine. One is the fexinidazole for sleeping sickness. One is dipivirine, which is a vaginal ring, which is a prevention of HIV infection in women. The malaria vaccine is actually, for the time being, the only one we have. We still hope that we will get more, but of course, malaria is not an endemic disease in European Union. You still have in some islands, remote islands, or in some hot part of Europe, but this is not a common disease. Sleeping sickness is restricted to sub-Saharan, mostly sub-Saharan Africa. And the dipivirine ring is considered as a preventative measure. It has a lot of interest because this is a technique that women can use. They don't need the agreement of their partner. They can use it to protect themselves. And this is actually the only preventative measure beyond the pre-exposure prophylaxis, which, as you know, also is not. So is not 100% effective. Dipivirine vaginal ring is not 100% effective, but the CHMP considered in its opinion on the benefit risk that it was safe, but it was an additional tool that women could use based on their own decision. So these products are quite essential in terms of public health benefit. 6 out of the 10 opinion have also a marketing authorization in the EU. So these products are not exclusively used outside of the EU. They may also be of interest within the EU, but the interest of Article 58, which, as I said, we call now EU Medicines for All, is that the condition for use, the product information, will be targeted at the countries. When we assess this product, we bring WHO staff, but also experts from the national regulatory authorities that will receive this product and will decide whether or not, based on the assessment made at EMA, they want to approve or not the product. So this is a step which is quite important because, again, we respect the sovereignty of the countries, the receiving countries. They decide whether or not they want to approve, they want to modify, but we put to their disposal assessment on something which is quite innovative or technically difficult, and they can rely on the assessment made here. But we involve them as experts and as regulators in the process, so they're not excluded and just happy to take what comes out. They're also part of the discussion because they also know what are their conditions for pharmacovigilance, for example, better than we do. So it is important to integrate the two aspects together. So this, yes, to answer the second question, Article 58 is now always carried out with non-EU countries, the receiving countries, and we also see them in scientific advice when at the time we advise company on the development, because that's when you can influence the development, and having them with us is quite important. I'll stop here and move to the next question, which is on COVID-19. And a number of things are asked about what we do at EMA. So there are 3 levels. The first one is at EMA proper. We have created an emergency task force, which includes EMA staff, assessors from the member states, and from the clinical trial facilitation group. And this rather smaller group than normally is assessing on the rolling reviews of submissions and is assessing and proposing its advice and its conclusion to the CHMP, which can in turn make the formal approval or an opinion on compassionate use. And you have seen, and it's mentioned also in the question, the situation where remdesivir, where initially the CHMP gave an opinion on compassionate use based on what was known from the trial in China and the simple trial from Gilead. And then we had the formal submission of the NIH trial act, which was a trial which showed that there was an improvement in the time to recovery with remdesivir over placebo. And this was a large trial with very good GCP and conditions, so the results were reliable. The first, when we assessed it, it was based on top-line results, so we didn't have all the details. There was only a trend towards improvement in mortality, but there was no statistical significant difference, and this is clear in our assessment. That took place in June. Since then, we have had the formal submission of the rest of the result, which confirmed that there is an improvement in recovery time. This is not a detail, because it's good for the patient first, but also because it frees hospital beds in a situation where every hospital bed is quite important. So we consider at this point in time that remdesivir has a benefit. It was the first drug to show something official over placebo. It is not a product that affects mortality. The next product was dexametazone, which has shown in the recovery trial performed in the UK that there was a benefit on mortality in severe patients, the patient that receive oxygen or are ventilated. And this has been the topic of a referral to allow each member state to update their product information. All of them had dexametazone approved, but did not have an indication which was specific. And then now we are in the phase of rolling review of 2 vaccines. We are expecting more products such as monoclonal antibodies, but this will be first in a rolling review by this emergency task force, and then it will go to CHMP, and which will decide on the benefit risk. I'm going back to this creation at EMA level of the emergency task force. There is also the creation within EMA of a steering group which is helping to manage the situation. Because of course, like everybody, we are threatened by the pandemic. We have to ensure the safety of our staff. We had to decide whether or not there would be face-to-face meetings at EMA. And as you probably know, because also this is why we have having webinar today, is we have canceled all face-to-face meeting at EMA. And then finally, we have also coordination at the level of the EU, in particular on shortages. And this is work done jointly with the competent authorities at the member states, the European Commission, and us. And we are trying to monitor the situation to be able to mitigate the risks of shortages and to prevent some of the shortages, which are linked to export bans, imbalance between supply and demand, but also sometimes quality defects. So the shortages is a big and very important topic. We have seen acute shortages in the recent months during the first wave of COVID, where we had ICU product, intensive care unit product, which were in shortages, couriers, opioids, because these were highly in demand in every country. Initially, EU was not very good at coordinating this management. This is now improving. And there is also now the willingness and the coordination by the European Commission to streamline the procurement and the future procurement of vaccines by entering into contract with companies. Of course, on the side, this is also something we're taking into consideration when we look at conflict of interest and an influence on the independence of the assessment of benefit risk. And the third level of, after EMA EU coordination, the third level is ICMRA, which has been quite active, as I said earlier, in the fight against COVID by making sure that the international collaboration, we're not even talking about cooperation, we're talking about collaboration. We work together, we define some of the criteria, the first in human studies, the non-clinical data needed for vaccine. So all this is work ongoing and taking place at the global level. Thank you. I think I need to take the next question as well. Okay. Yeah, I did not answer completely on the difference between WHO and EMA on remdesivir. I can just say that WHO has just got the result of their solidarity trial, which included remdesivir. And what they have seen is exactly in line with the NIH trial. There is no effect on mortality, and there is an effect on recovery time. So it's not a big effect, but it's a few days. And as I said, in situation of pandemic and overload of the healthcare system, it is not a negligible detail. I don't know what the CHMP is going to decide. It has not reviewed the result of Solidarity yet, so there may be a change in position, but we need to see the data first, because as I said earlier in my introduction, what we want is good data, robust data that we can rely on, and we work on evidence-based. Okay, now engagement of EMA with ICH, IPRP, and PRCS. EMA is not, I will start by PRCS. EMA is not part of PICS, which is at the level of the competent authorities of the EU. It is a group that is also meeting voluntarily and work mostly on GMP. And this is a very active and positive group which produce a lot of advice and training, and this is good. A number of countries are now joining PICS, and we encourage them to join PICS. EMA is represented in PICS, not being a member, but observing PICS. So we actually work with them very much, but we are not officially a member. Coming to ICH, ICH is actually involving, there was a reform 5 years ago, and now they are members of ICH. EMA is not a member as such because it's the European Union which is a member. And European Union means the European Commission and EMA on behalf of the EU network. Of course, the EU network is providing the experts in the working group, EMA staff as well. And this is how we contribute and we benefit from the guideline that ICH is producing. IPRP is the international forum, so it has changed. So IPRP, International Pharmaceutical Regulatory Platform, which is, sorry, again, another abbreviation, which is actually a group of regulators only working in the margin of ICH and working on a number of topics where it is seen as a benefit to have a regulators only view. There are a number of working groups in IPRP on cell therapy, on gene therapy, and so on. In that group, we have normally, the principle is one member from EMA and one member from the national regulatory authorities, and there are members from other countries which are members of ICH. So this is not limited actually to membership in ICH, but it's wider group, but it's regulatory only. So this is a complement to ICH and contribute also to providing some guidance and some reflection paper. Thank you.
Okay, we still have 7 minutes. If there are further questions, please take the chance now. If not, I really hope we were able to set the scene for the next for this training and for the next webinars. The next one will be at 11:30, so in a little bit more than half an hour. I hope to see the same level of interest that I have seen for this one, and so we stop now, and we will rejoin in half an hour or so. thank you very much for your attention, and see
active
you
participation.
later.
Thank you.
Thank you.
See you in half an hour. Dear colleagues, welcome back. It's 11:30 here in Amsterdam. So we are going to restart the webinar. First, Ricardo is going to answer the 2 questions on the centralized procedure, which is actually 1 question. And then we will have a presentation by Eloise Mignot. Ricardo, please.
Okay, thank you, Agnes. The benefits of the centralized procedure, there are benefits for patients and for the applicants too, for the pharmaceutical industry. The main benefit for patients is that at least for what concerns the authorization of the medicines, these critical medicines, these very important medicines are made available, or at least the possibility of having them available is given to all the member states, to all the European citizens at the same time. Of course, we have to, once the authorization is given, which is valid everywhere in all the member states, it's also true that there are further steps. Reimbursement, for example, has to be agreed, and this is still national it's national responsibility. The company has to make it available, but in principle, as far as regulators are concerned, the product is authorized, the authorization is valid in all the member states, so there is no waiting time for example, smaller member states. This is the aim of the legislation and the main benefits for patients of the centralized procedure. Also, the industry, they have the applicants, so the pharmaceutical industry, they have benefits of using the centralized procedure, as again, with one assessment, if it is positive, the marketing authorization is given for the entire European Union territory. So again, there is no discrepancy, no difficulties in one member state or the other. Is one process, which can be, of course, negative or positive, the outcome, but it's one result which is valid everywhere. Agnes, do you want to complement? Or?
I think, thank you. This is quite important to see the immediacy of the approval everywhere as a potential benefit for patients, which is our first and primary concern. Thank you very much for the question.
So with that, Eloise, I give the floor to you. Eloise works on the Regulatory Affairs Office here at EMA, so she's a perfect speaker to speak about authorization of innovative generics, biosimilars, and fixed combination products. Thank you very much, Eloise, and the floor is yours.
Good morning. Thank you, Ricardo, and good morning, everyone. It's my pleasure to be here with you this morning and to introduce you to the different route of authorization for medicinal product in the EU. So today I will be covering the different legal bases that could be chosen for a marketing authorization application in the EU, and the impact of this legal basis have on the data requirement for the dossier. And I will also talk about the 3 types of marketing authorization. Yeah, I will go ahead with this slide, which is a presentation of the evolution of the EU framework since 1995, where the EMEA and the centralized procedure were created. And so along the years, the EU has been expanded and the legislation strengthened. And what I wanted to highlight to you is that the different legal bases that I'm going to talk about shortly are defined in Directive 2001/83/EC, and the dossier requirements are described in the Annex 1. So now if we move on to the content of the presentation. So as I said, I will cover the different legal bases which impact the different requirements for the dossier and the different types of marketing authorization. And also the data exclusivity and marketing protection that derives from the legal basis chosen. So first of all, what I would like to mention is that the legal basis is the choice of the applicant. They need to choose a legal basis which is suitable with the development they've conducted for their product. And there are seven types of legal basis in the EU. They are all represented in the table on the right. And so there could be a full or mixed application, which is what is called a complete dossier, and this is intended for a new active substance, but also it could also be chosen for a non-active substance if the company has conducted their own non-clinical and clinical tests. There are also three legal bases, which we call the Abridged legal basis, which cover the generic, the hybrid, and the biosimilar, that I'm going to expand later. And finally, there are three other legal bases, which are less common, but we will still cover them. The well-established used application, the fixed dose combination, and the informed consent. What I also wanted to mention is that in the EU, we follow the ICH principles for the content of the dossier. So it's a CTD format with a module 1, which includes the administrative information, which is relevant for the EU. The module 2 is composed of summaries for the quality, the non-clinical and the clinical parts. And module 3 includes all the quality data. Module 4 includes all the non-clinical study reports, and module 5 covers all the clinical trials results. And all of this content dossier has to fulfill the requirements that are described in the Directive 2001/83/EC. So now if we move on to the first legal basis, so it's under Article 8.3, so it's what we called a full mixed application. It's the standalone application, and the applicant has to demonstrate with their own data that the quality, the safety, and the efficacy of the medicinal product are adequately demonstrated. So for this type of application, they will have to submit all the pharmaceutical data and toxicological and pharmacological tests, as well as clinical trials. And it should be noted that the preclinical and clinical dossier, so the module 4 and module 5, could be supported with published literature. So in case the applicant only used this literature, which could be available if the active substance is already known, for example, we call that a full application, because the applicants still rely on their own data to demonstrate the efficacy and the safety of the medicinal product. And this literature could also replace some non-clinical and clinical data in case the use of this product is already well known. It has been extensively studied in the literature. And in that case, we will call that a mixed application, because the applicant would rely partially on their own data and partially on literature to demonstrate the efficacy and the safety of their product. Now, if we move on to the Abridged application, which are also called the Article 10 application, they cover the generics, the hybrids, and the biosimilar. And these applications are a derogation from a full marketing authorization application, in a sense that what the applicant does is a development versus a reference medicinal product, which has already been authorized in the EU and which has been authorized under some specific legal basis. And what the applicant does not need to repeat non-clinical and clinical studies provided that they can demonstrate bioequivalence to this reference product, they could refer to the non-clinical and clinical part of the dossier and to demonstrate the efficacy and the safety of the product. So now if we move to the first legal basis, so the generics, there are 3 criteria to meet in order to submit an application under this legal basis. First, the generic product needs to have the same qualitative and quantitative composition in active substance compared to the reference product. The excipient could differ, but the active substance should be exactly the same qualitatively and quantitatively. And it should be noted that some different forms of the active substance could still be considered the same active substance, provided that there are no differences with regards to efficacy or safety. So it's to the applicant to demonstrate that their product, for example, if they would like to submit a salt form of a reference product, that there are no differences in efficacy and safety, and it could be acceptable as a generic. The second criteria is that the generic needs to have the same pharmaceutical form as the reference product. And for that, there is an additional criteria, is that all immediate release oral pharmaceutical form are considered to be the same pharmaceutical form. So for example, in case the reference product is a tablet and the applicant of the generic would like to develop a capsule, because these 2 pharmaceutical forms are immediate release oral pharmaceutical forms, the capsule would be acceptable as a generic, provided that the 2 other criteria for generic are met. On the contrary, if the reference product is a tablet and the applicant would like to develop an injectable, for example, the criteria would not be met and it could not be submitted as a generic application. The third criteria is that the bioequivalence with the reference product need to be demonstrated with appropriate bioavailability studies. And for that criteria, there are some exemptions that I'm not going to cover in this short presentation, but I've included in the slides the link to a guideline. Essentially, when the generic product meets some criteria for biowaivers, they are not required to conduct bioequivalence studies. So this could be the case, for example, for auto-generics, where the product is identical with the same manufacturing process and the same manufacturer. So there are cases where the generic legal basis could not be suitable because the product does not meet the definition of a generic, or the bioequivalence cannot be demonstrated. So for example, if the new product is more or less bioavailable compared to the reference product, or if there are changes in the active substance, in the therapeutic indication, in the strength, in the pharmaceutical form, or in the route of administration, the applicant would need to generate additional data to support these changes, and they would need to submit preclinical and clinical tests to support these changes, and for that purpose, it would be the hybrid legal basis that could be chosen. Yeah, so on this one, I try to compare the generic and the hybrid to make the distinction. So in both cases, the applicant would need to provide a full administrative module 1, a full module 2 with the summaries, and a full quality module. The differences is that for the generic, because the product is bioequivalent to the reference product, the applicant can rely on the dossier of the reference product for the non-clinical part and the clinical part. While for the hybrid, because there are additional changes to the product, the company needs to provide additional data for the non-clinical and clinical part, and so they will partly rely on the dossier of the reference product and partly on their own data. Now, for the biosimilar, this is a legal basis which is intended when the reference product contains a biological active substance. There is a need for a specific legal basis because for biological active substance, it is expected that the new applicant will not be able to generate the same product due to differences in the raw materials or differences in the manufacturing process of the biological medicinal product. And therefore, there would be differences between the two products that would require new preclinical and clinical tests that should be provided. And so the way the biosimilar dossier is composed is that in addition to the full quality module, the applicant of a biosimilar needs to do a comparability exercise versus the reference product and generate appropriate non-clinical and clinical testing. And this is really assessed on a case-by-case basis. It would depend on the nature of the active substance and the types of differences expected between the two products. One element that has been introduced to facilitate the development of biosimilar, which could be quite expensive, is the fact that a global development would be accepted for a comparability exercise. So for the comparison with the reference product for chemicals, so which are generics and hybrid, the comparability is only made versus the reference product, which is a product authorized in the EU. While for biosimilars, it is acceptable in order to avoid repetition of non-clinical and clinical studies. It is acceptable to compare the product with a non-EU sourced product, which is also comparable to a EU sourced product, and to provide the results of this clinical and non-clinical data versus the non-EU source product. So in case, for example, the product has already been authorized in another region, for example, in the US or Japan, it has to be a region which is following the similar, which is applying similar regulatory and scientific requirement as the EU. So, for example, a member of the ICH, it would be acceptable to provide within the dossier studies versus a non-EA sourced product, provided that the two are also comparable with the EU reference product. So this is another way to present the comparison between the reference product and the biosimilar medicine. So both have a full pharmaceutical dossier, but the biosimilar really provide extensive comparative quality studies that would then reduce the need for non-clinical and clinical studies that would be solely there to demonstrate the efficacy and the safety of the product with regards to the differences that are expected due to the nature of the active substance. And the biosimilar should also have a risk management plan. So it's really a product that is authorized as per the same requirement for quality, efficacy, and safety as the originator biological product. So now we move to the three legal bases that are quite that are a bit more rare, let's say. The first one is Article 10A, the well-established use, which is a bibliographical application. So for this legal basis, when the active substance has been authorized in the EU EEA for at least 10 years, and there is extensive literature available to justify and demonstrate the efficacy and the safety of of this active substance, the applicant can choose to submit a bibliographical application, which for which the literature will actually replace Module 4 and Module 5. So they would still need to submit a full Module 1, Module 2, and Module 3, so full quality development. But for Module 4 and Module 5, this would rely essentially on literature available, and the applicant would not need to conduct efficacy or safety studies for this product because it's considered already well established. The only limited studies that would be allowed would be bridging studies to be able to compare the product described in the literature with the product developed by the applicant, so that the applicant can rely on this literature to demonstrate the efficacy and the safety of their product. Now the fixed dose combination, which is Article 10b. So this route can be chosen by an applicant who would like to combine several active substances into the same pharmaceutical form. And the criteria for that needs to be met in order to be able to choose this legal basis is that this active substance needs to have been individually authorized as medicinal product in the EU. So if this criteria is met and the applicant chooses this legal basis, they can what is required is that they submit results of preclinical and clinical data on the combination itself, but there is no need to submit data on the individual substance because they are considered already authorized, and there is no need to refer to this data. It could be provided as a supportive information, but this would not be the pivotal data to support the efficacy and the safety of the combination. So if we now look at the dossier, so this would be the fixed combination dossier with the full Module 1, Module 2, and Module 3, so full quality dossier. And for the non-clinical and the clinical part, it would be essentially relying on data that the applicant has generated on the combination A plus B, and it could be supported by data or results from the literature on product A and product B. But this is only supportive information. What is key to demonstrate the benefit risk of the product is the data on the combination. And finally, the last legal basis is the informed consent. So when a marketing authorization holder has already authorized a product based on a full dossier, they can allow themselves or another company to submit an informed consent application, which is essentially a copy of the original marketing authorization application with only a module 1, which is different. So for example, the product name would be different. So there would be some administrative information, which of course would be specific to this new informed consent product. But for all the other modules, the new applicant would rely on the dossier of the originator. And one of the criteria to accept this legal basis is that the new applicant needs to have a letter of consent from the marketing authorization holder of the originator, and they must have permanent access to the documentation of this product in order to fulfill their obligation as marketing authorization holder. So this is a copy of a product already authorized, and it's essentially used, for example, for co-marketing purposes. So as I said earlier, the legal basis is a choice of the applicant, and it is up to them to define the regulatory regulatory strategy they would like to follow and the development they would like to conduct. But I just try to summarize here the key aspect to take into account for an applicant when they choose their legal basis. So if they are developing a totally new active substance that has never been authorized in the EU, there will be a limited option. They will have to consider an Article A3 because this is a full dossier and they cannot neither refer to a previous product or to literature. However, if there is already a product authorized and they may or may not want to make changes to this product, they could refer to the dossier of this product and submit either a generic or a hybrid application or a biosimilar, depending on the nature of the active substance and depending if they would like to make some changes compared to the reference product. If they wish to develop a very well-established active substance for which there is extensive literature available and a product that has been at least used for 10 years in the Union, they can consider submitting a well-established used application with essentially literature data to demonstrate the efficacy and the safety of the product. And if the company intends to combine active substances that are individually already authorized, they could consider submitting an Article 10b fixed dose combination. So another aspect that I wanted to mention is that in the EU, when there are products that are expected to bring a major interest from a public health perspective or from the point of view of the therapeutic innovation, so product that could fulfill high unmet medical needs, the applicant can request an accelerated assessment, which means that CHMP will review this application within 150 days rather than the standard 210 days. And this is to ensure that patients get an earlier access to medicine that are really of high unmet, that would address a high unmet medical need or high public health interest. Another regulatory tool that is available to provide patients with an earlier access to some promising medicines or medicine targeting a really high unmet medical need is that the CHMP could deviate from a standard marketing authorization, which is considered a full marketing authorization. So it's the red arrow. Usually, we would expect that the company submit at the time of their application a comprehensive package with enough data to demonstrate the efficacy and the safety of their product, in addition to the quality, which always needs to be demonstrated before authorization. But in some cases, for example, for medicinal products that target life-threatening or seriously debilitating disease, for which there is a high unmet medical need, and for which the applicant has provided some efficacy and safety data which are really convincing, but less comprehensive than what we would usually expect. So, for example, we would not be to the level that we would usually expect. But for example, the company has submitted phase 2 study results, which show a very large size effect compared with placebo or with standard of care, and the CHMP is convinced that the benefit risk is positive. They may decide to authorize the product before the company is able to generate the comprehensive data. And they could grant a conditional marketing authorization and impose to the company some specific obligations which are reviewed annually. So these specific obligations are actually additional clinical data that would be revised annually to confirm that the benefit risk of the product is positive, and once the CHMP consider that all these specific obligations have been fulfilled, then they can switch to a full marketing authorization without any further specific obligation. Another case is when the company is not expected to be ever able to demonstrate to provide comprehensive data. So the CHMP may decide to grant a marketing authorization under exceptional circumstances. For example, if it's an orphan disease, which is so rare that the CHMP consider that the applicant will never be able to submit comprehensive clinical data, and that they may continue clinical trials for 10 years, 15 years without ever being able to submit the level of evidence that we would expect with a full marketing authorization application. So they may decide to grant this marketing authorization under exceptional circumstances. It is valid for 5 years, like the full marketing authorization, and it is also associated with specific obligations that are reviewed annually by the CHMP to confirm the benefit risk remains positive once the product is on the market. So here is just a table to summarize what I have just said, and I will now move on to the data exclusivity and marketing protection. So once a product...
Louise, we can make a break here because I think we have
sure.
already
There
given
was some question.
a lot of information. We have a very technical question on identical manufacturing process for generics from a guideline on the vets. And while you're looking at the question, because I know you were presenting, so it's not the right time to look at the chat box, I just want to say to our participant, please feel free to ask question, even simple question. There were already a lot of information, both on the types of product that we see and the legal basis for the application that are made to try to reduce the need for duplicative information. So from an innovative product where you're supposed to produce and generate all the evidence to a simple generic where you only have to produce by equivalence, or even in some cases you can even get a waiver by equivalence. There is a whole range of different requirements. They are quite complex, but this is also the pleasure of the European system. So it's not simpler anywhere else, by the way. So please don't hesitate to ask questions if something is not clear, or if you want reinforcement in the understanding of this. We don't expect you to master the whole regulatory affairs documentation in one go, but really feel free to ask questions. Thank you. So Eloise, you want to address the question on the generic?
Yeah, sure.
Thank you.
Yeah, so I will take the first question. Anna, I don't think I've seen another question above.
There is only one for the time being.
Yeah. Yeah, I could see two. Okay, I will take the question from Diana. So thank you for the question. So your question was regarding the authorization of generic medicinal product, and you quoted the guidelines for vet products, which talk about waivers and for bioequivalence. So you ask if point D refers to identical formulation, only auto-generic products are included. Respectively, the generic and the reference have the same manufacturer. Otherwise, if a generic product has a different manufacturer than the reference product, how can it be demonstrate an identical manufacturing process? So I think this is assessed on a case-by-case basis in the dossier. The guidelines are there to list some general principle. For example, the fact that when the products are very rapidly bioavailable, this could mean that we would expect from the generic to be bioavailable in a similar time frame as the reference product, or when it's an auto-generic, it would also needs to be it could also qualify for this biowaiver, and there will be no need to generate bioequivalence studies. But the applicant could also, in their dossier, if they are not fulfilling the criteria from the guidance, they could also make additional justification and provide additional data to demonstrate that they do not need to conduct to conduct bioequivalence studies. This can be asked as part of a scientific advice before the marketing authorization application. I hope this answers your question.
There is another question about the fixed dose combinations.
Yeah.
Do you want to answer that?
Yeah. I got another question, sorry, which was sent to me privately. So regarding generic and hybrid application, does it mean, for example, for locally applied acting medicine? So
tu mettiti nei panni miei, no? Quella scrivami a te, io che ne so che voi stavate lavorando su quella cosa. Tu scrivi a Renato e poi mi giri.
Private conversation.
Ma io, tu eri...
Thank you very much. Eloise, please go on.
Sorry, I will go back on reading the question. So regarding generic and hybrid application, does it mean, for example, for locally applied acting medicine, so cream, gels, or IV solution, that there is no generic application because there is no bioequivalence studies? And the only acceptable type of application is hybrid application. I'm asking for Article 10 non-biological medicinal product. So in case there is a change of indeed the route of administration and pharmaceutical form, it would not qualify as a generic medicinal product, and this would need to go through the hybrid legal basis with additional data to justify the new route of administration or the new pharmaceutical form. And this new data could be non-clinical data as well as clinical data. Now we'll take the question on the fixed dose combination about fixed dose.
I can read it out loud and then, and then you answer. About fixed dose combinations, if a company applies for a certain fixed dose combination that does not exist in the market and it obtains a marketing authorization in the European Union, is it considered a reference combination product for other similar fixed dose combinations, or every fixed dose combination is considered a standalone application? Please, Eloise.
Yeah, let me repeat the question. Yeah, so Article 10b could be a reference product, and I'm going to, there will be another slide later on to clarify which product could be a reference product. So it is possible that Article 10b, the fixed dose combination, becomes a reference product for exactly the same fixed dose combination, but that would be basically it would need to because fixed combination is let's say a standalone application in itself, but that doesn't exclude that, for example, there would be a generic if the two active substances are of chemical origin. There could be a generic of the fixed dose combination, with provided that the three criteria for generics are met.
So you're saying that it will depend on the situation of the active substance in the fixed combination. You cannot answer bluntly either it is or it is not a reference product. It will depend on what we know about the product, I guess.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Okay, we have a third question, which is about topical product, for example, a spray or an inhalation product. What is the sort of type of application you would expect?
So it would depend again on the nature of the active substance. If it's a totally new active substance, it's not the route of administration that define the legal basis and the type of application that an applicant may choose. It's more the fact whether the product is the active substance is new or not, whether there is already available data about this product or not, whether there is a possibility to refer to another dossier or not. But the route of administration, it would not drive the legal basis unless, for example, if the company intend to do an Article 10 application and they would like to change the route of administration compared to the reference product, if the active substance is not a biological, it would need to go down the hybrid route to demonstrate the efficacy and the safety of the new route of administration. If the active substance is a biological, it would need to go down the biosimilar route. Even if there is a change to the route of administration, it would be covered by the biosimilar legal basis.
Thank you.
Okay, you generate a lot of interest. We have more questions. Thank you very much for everybody who is asking questions. I think the next one is about what happens for a fixed drug combination of two active substances which is not approved in the EU or in the US, and how do you evaluate module 4 and 5, because it's a new product for one of the IPA countries, I mean the candidate or accessing countries.
Yeah. So if the applicant would like to do a fixed dose combination, so combining several active substances in the same pharmaceutical form, but one or all of these active substances have not been authorized yet in the EU, they cannot submit that under the Article 10b. It would need to go down the 8.3 full mixed application, even if there are several active substances. It would be considered as a full marketing authorization application for a new product.
Yeah, so what you're saying is, again, it will depend on what we know about each of the active substances, if they are known or not known. It can be completely new product, but it can also be one of the possibilities you've mentioned. And the last one, before we go to the next part of the presentation, is what is the right type of application for a fixed dose combination of substitution therapy? Do we need PK, a clinical trial, or only PK studies versus single component? And then there is a question on data exclusivity, but I suggest we address it after the presentation on data exclusivity and marketing protection.
Yeah.
Thank you.
So I'm not sure what is meant by a substitution therapy, but I would say that for each the dossier requirement and what needs to be provided as PK studies or clinical and non-clinical data are really a case-by-case basis. And there are existing scientific guidelines which can cover some of the cases. So some guidelines would target a specific indication, or there would be guidelines specifically to support a route of administration or fixed dose combination. But it's really a matter of scientific assessment which type of data are required. And if the applicant are not sure that the data they provide would be sufficient to demonstrate the efficacy and safety of their product, they could request scientific advice earlier in their development, and that with that they would get the CHMP view on their development, although it would not be binding, and this is not a pre-assessment of the marketing authorization application, but it would help the applicant to understand whether their approach would be in principle acceptable, or whether they could consider developing additional studies. I'm sorry, I cannot really address specifically this case, but these are the key principle. Should we?
I suggest, Eloise, you take the last one currently on biowaiver for bioequivalence studies, and then we move to the second part of your presentation, and we can take all the questions. There is one on product information that we can take at the end. Okay? Thank you.
Yeah. Ricardo, do you want to read the question or just take it? So it's about...
yeah, I can read it. Thank you. Is BCS-based biowaiver for waiving bioequivalence studies acceptable for all EU countries?
So I'm not sure what BCS means, to be honest. Just for the principles of the biowaivers, I have added the CHMP guideline link to the presentation, and the requirement should be the same across Europe, whether it's through the centralized procedure or through national procedures. The EU guidelines should, in principle, illustrate the requirement of the legislation and would be supportive. So provided that the criteria are already listed in guidance, they would be applicable across Europe.
BCS biowaivers refer to the FDA guidance on bioequivalence.
Okay.
And this is not our system, but there is something, thank you for the translation.
Thank you, yeah.
This is not the EU system, but I think we have a sort of similar approach in many areas. Thank you. I suggest we go for the second part of the presentation, and then we can come back to the question on product information. Thank you.
Yeah. So once the marketing authorization has been granted, depending on the legal basis that the applicant has chosen, the product may benefit from data exclusivity and marketing protection. So the data exclusivity is the period during which an applicant of a hybrid application, so either generic, hybrid, and biosimilar, cannot submit a marketing authorization referring to a reference product. So for the standard period in the EU are 8 years of data exclusivity. So once a product that has been authorized under legal basis, which is compatible and considered as a reference product, no applicant can refer to this dossier for 8 years. And the marketing protection, it's the period during which a product authorized under Abridged application cannot be placed on the market and referring to this reference product. So I'm going to go to the next slide because it will be easier to understand. So from the date of authorization of a reference product, and reference product could be a product authorized under a full mixed application, A3, well-established used 10A, a fixed dose combination 10B, or an informed consent 10C. Once the product is authorized, during 8 years, no generic or hybrid or biosimilar application referring to that product can be submitted. From 8 years following the marketing authorization, generics or hybrid or biosimilars can be submitted and referring to this dossier, but they cannot be placed on the market before the end of the 10 years of marketing protection. And during that period of the life cycle of the reference product, the marketing authorization holder of this reference product can apply as part of some post-authorization application. They can apply for an extension of this marketing protection of 1 year. And in that case, even if some generics or hybrid have been authorized during these 2 years between the expiry of the data exclusivity and before the expiry of the marketing protection, if this marketing protection is extended of 1 year, the generics or hybrid or biosimilars are delayed, and they can only be launched from 11 years following the authorization of the reference product. So I'm going to conclude by saying that the legal basis is a choice of the applicants, but its impact the data that they need to submit and the development they need to conduct. What the applicant also needs to take into account is the nature of the active substance, as it could influence their choice of legal basis. And also they may, depending on the legal basis they have chosen, their marketing authorization may be entitled to some data exclusivity and marketing protection. So I think that's all for now, and we can move on to the rest of the question.
Yes, thank you very much, Eloise. Thank you. This is quite a complex topic, and especially for the situation of going from maybe the simple case of generics to the more complex of hybrids and fixed drug combinations, which has always been a nightmare to manage. The real principle behind is, what do you know about the active substance at the point of the application? Is it a well-known active substance? Is it protected, not protected? Is it a combination of known active substance? Is it a new combination? Is it a combination of unknown active substance? And all this will direct the type of application you need to make. Maybe you can start by explaining the product information question that was, what type of, in a generic application, in MRP or DCP, the reference product being approved at national level, they have been maybe approved at different time with different product information. How should the product information be defined for the generic product?
So it's up to the applicant to choose the reference product they would like to align the product information with. And there could be, when the reference product has been authorized through the EU through different national procedures, it is true that there may be some differences in the product information, and it's up to the applicant to choose the product information they would like to refer to. But for a generic marketing authorization, as I said, we do expect that the generic product the generic product information is aligned to the reference product.
Thank you. So yeah, if you want to go for a generic, you are supposed to copy the your reference product, including for the product information. Thank you, Eloise. Another question is, how do we assess a generic when there is an inhaler, i.e. a device associated with the active substance? Thank you.
So actually the drug device combination is assessed in a similar way as for the originator. So there are different requirements coming from the medical device directive, which is soon going to be replaced by the new medical device regulation. And basically the applicant of the generic would still need to demonstrate that the drug device combination meets the requirement of a medicinal product, and in this case it would be an integral drug device product. So this is part of the dossier. There would be data to be provided on the device, and depending if there are differences between the device of the reference product and the device of the generic, additional data may need to be provided. Again, this is a case-by-case basis. So it would depend what would be, if, for example, the manufacturer of the device is exactly the same, it's the same brand, same source, there may be less data to provide than when it's a different type of inhaler that would need to be justified with additional data information. So this is part of the scientific assessment.
Eloise, the device itself will be CE marked?
And not as an integral drug device combination.
Okay. Otherwise, when it's
when the drug device is integral, which is the case for the inhaler, because we expect that the medicinal product is administered always with the device and the two are not separated. The current requirement under the medical device directive is that the device part does not need to be CE marked, but data to support the safe use of the device needs to be provided as part of the marketing authorization application. And under the medical device directive, there may be a need for a notified body opinion on the device, depending on the classification of this device.
Thank you very much. And the next question is about data protection or marketing protection. And I guess the question is about what type of other incentive or benefit can a marketing authorization holder get other than 1 year additional data protection for the in the interest of the community or a new innovative indication.
So what other incentive on top of this for the reference product? So the reference product could apply for +1 year of marketing protection when they have conducted, for example, new studies. There could be other type of incentives, but it would totally depend on the product itself. So, for example, orphan medicinal product may have 10 years of market exclusivity, which they can expand of 2 additional years when they have conducted, when they have completed a PIP and they've conducted all the measures that were in agreement with the pediatric investigation plan that was agreed with the PDCO. There could be as well, there are additional incentive. What I can think of. It would just. I don't know if this answers your question, but.
Maybe we can ask the person who put the question
to
clarify or to say whether we have answered the question. In the meantime, please don't hesitate to add questions. This is your opportunity to go through this very complex topic, and we welcome all the questions which are also helping others to understand. So don't be shy. These are really, really hard topics.
In the meantime, while someone is typing more questions, I would like to remind everyone that the presentations will be shared, but we don't have all the email addresses of all the participants. So if you want, it is shared. Please send an email to us at emainternational, one word, at ema.europa.eu. So not Europe, it's Europa. So again, emainternational at ema.europa.eu. So as I don't see questions coming for the moment, maybe Agnes, you could tell us something about this rolling review that it has been agreed for COVID vaccines and therapeutics.
Maybe before I go to this rolling review, I just want to draw your attention. This is the old address of the EMA in the UK. We are now moved to Amsterdam, so there is another address for us. The rolling review is something we have set up. It's not part of our normal way of assessing. Normally, we expect a full application submitted to EMA, and that is then sent to the 2 rapporteurs in the CHMP. They do their first initial independent assessment. Then there is a common list of questions, then answers to the question from the company, and then a final joint assessment, and then final opinion from the CHMP, be it positive or negative. In the case of an emergency like and public health emergency like COVID-19, we have set up a system where we can start assessing on the basis of an incomplete file. So we take the quality part or we take the non-clinical part and we start assessing it while we haven't seen the full clinical trial. So this is what is happening currently for the 2 vaccines. We are looking at the non-clinical data, the animal data, or the quality part, while the company is finalizing or investigating the phase 3 trial, which, as you know, currently are trials that include several thousand or dozens of thousands of persons, because they're not patients, they are to be protected, and the participants. And this is this takes time, but in order to speed up the review, not to decrease its quality, but to make sure that we have a decrease the time taken to assess, it would not be acceptable for people in the world to wait for us to take our time to assess the full dossier, waiting for everything to be on the table before we start. So this is what we do with rolling review. The rolling review uses the same principle. There are still rapporteurs and they are still reporting, but this time to the emergency task force. And then this is transferred to the CHMP once all the data are collected and, and assessed on this rolling basis. Thank you.
Thank you, Agnes. In the meantime, we received some more questions for you, Eloise. The first one is about pharmacovigilance documents, which are required for the device that accompanies medicinal products. So is it necessary to submit a separate risk management plan, or is some of the medicinal product risk management plan include adequate information about the device? So that's the first question. Eloise, please.
Yeah. So when the drug device form an integral product, for sure it is expected that the device information is included in the same risk management plan. In case the device is non-integral and has been CE marked, there may be less device information provided, and it will be again part of the scientific assessment to consider whether there is a need for additional information to ensure that the use of this device is safe with the medicinal product, especially as the two products are not integral. But I believe there may be some presentation made by my colleagues in pharmacovigilance who can detail a bit more the requirements for the risk management plan. But in principle, yeah, it is expected that when it's, because the final product will be a medicinal product, it is expected that the device information is included as part of the risk management plan. And as it's the risk minimization measures should cover the final product, which is the drug device. So yeah, in principle, I would expect the device information to be included. But it doesn't exclude that there may be some cases where the company submit separate device information, but the risk minimization measures and the studies to conduct should be part of the risk management plan of the final product.
Thank you. Next question is about data exclusivity and marketing protection for innovative biological products and orphan product with marketing authorization. Is there some differences in the 8+2+1 method?
I think the question is about the nature of the product changing the type of protection.
Yeah, so for orphans, it's a bit separately. I will cover the orphan first. So orphan medicinal products, regardless if they are biological or of chemical origin, they are entitled to 10 years of market exclusivity, which could be expanded to 12 years in case the company fulfill the conduct of the pediatric investigation plan. And so this is regardless of the nature of the active substance. And for non-orphan products, it is the same. It's the legal basis which influence the data exclusivity and marketing protection. But if the product is entitled to this data exclusivity and marketing protection, so if it's authorized under 8.3 or 10A, 10B or 10C, then they have this 8+2 8 years of data exclusivity plus 2 additional years of marketing protection, and they can extend it of 1 year if they conduct some clinical studies, significant clinical studies to support a new therapeutic indication. Or if they switch, if they change the legal status of the product, for example, from a prescription status to a non-prescription status, which could also be granted 1 year of marketing protection.
Thank you, Eloise. I think that also answers some of the previous questions again on the what is the 1 year extension? What is it? Where does it come from? What are the benefits and what is the support? Okay, so this data protection and extension has nothing to do with ongoing clinical trial. It's not about waiting for result. The situation where we do not have a complete file but we still have a positive benefit risk is the conditional marketing authorization. In that case, the committee, the CHMP, which provide the opinion on the benefit risk, can decide that they want to see more data. Although they have concluded to a positive benefit risk, they want additional data, generally clinical data, and they will put obligation on the company, which will get a marketing authorization, but with timelines and details of the data to be provided later on. And these are reviewed, and there is an annual reassessment. And if once all the data have been collected as required, then the marketing authorization can be changed over to a normal common marketing authorization. So this is where we sometimes wait for clinical trial. Otherwise, the extension and the protection is not related to waiting for results. Are there any other questions? We don't see any in the chat box. Eloise, final word or final conclusion?
I just wanted to thanks everyone for listening and for all your questions. I think it was very interesting to exchange and see your question. I hope I have addressed them out.
We
There
have
are some new questions.
for you.
The question is about the interchangeability of some medicines approved by different regulatory procedures.
So interchangeabilities of generics, I believe this is something in the remit of the national competent authorities. So what EMA is responsible for is only to authorize a generic or a hybrid, but we do not advise on interchangeability of generics. So this is something that is decided at national level.
I think there are two questions here. One is about different types of regulatory procedure that use. How do you reconcile the fact that two products have different legal basis for their approval? And the other one is about interchangeability of generic or biosimilars, which means in the policy aspect of the use of the product. We say that generics are interchangeable because, of course, they are bioequivalent. So this is what most member states have decided to put in place, and they put incentive to prescribe on the basis of INN rather than a brand name. But and the same can hold true for biosimilars, where a member state can decide that a biological can be replaced and substituted by the pharmacist, for example, for another biosimilar or for a biosimilar. And that is a policy decision that is left at the level of the member state. At the same time, what the EMA does is to ensure that there is comparability of the biosimilars with the originator. So we are ensuring that the data show that this interchangeability decision, policy decision, is possible, but we are not making the decision. It's left to the member state.
Okay. I think we can. There are no further questions in the chat. So in the chat box. So I just want to thank you, Eloise, because this was very, very interesting. I also want to thank again all the participants, because again we had a very interactive webinar. So thank you all. We break for now, and we will restart the afternoon session at 2 Amsterdam time, CET time. This afternoon we have 3 very interesting, again, hopefully, presentations on the regulatory system, the EU regulatory systems for GMP, GCP, and clinical trials, and pharmacovigilance.
Thank you very much, Eloise. It was quite a tough topic.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you. Just wanted to say to all participants, we had more than 180 connections, which means many more participants. So thank you very much for the proactivity. Please continue. The other session, some are easier than this one, others are as difficult as this one. But thanks to all participants and to the presenter. Thank you. Dear colleagues, welcome back. It's 2 p.m. in Amsterdam. So we will restart. I just want to start by saying that, remind you of the housekeeping rules. Please double check that you're muted so we don't have background noise. Thank you very much. You know how to use the chat box. We had so many questions in the first session, so please continue asking your questions on an ongoing basis, and we will break for session of question and answer. And now it's my pleasure to introduce the next speaker, who is going to talk about the EU system for GMP supervision. Esther Martinez is working in the inspection office, Quality and Safety of Medicines Department at the EMA. And Esther has been working with us for quite a while now, and she's very enthusiastic, and I'm sure you will hear that in her presentation. Esther, are you with us?
Thanks very much for the introduction, and good afternoon, colleagues. I can see there are almost 200 participants connected, and it's great to see such a great audience. So as Agnes explained, today I'm going to take you through the highlights of the EU system for GMP supervision. The agenda that we have prepared for today consists of 5 modules, as you can see on the screen at the moment. First, we're going to start with the brief introduction, and then we will move on to the second block, which is on the EU legal and regulatory framework. Then we will touch on UDRA GMDP, which is the union database that we use for manufacturing authorization, certificates, and registrations. And then we will move on to block number 4, which will tell us a bit about the role of the GMP and GDP Inspectors Working Group. And then we will finalize this presentation with a block on international collaboration. So if we start with the introduction, this introduction is about the pillars of the EU system for GMP supervision. And I suppose you all know that GMP stands for Good Manufacturing Practice. So I thought it was important to highlight what these 2 pillars are, because the whole system in the European Union for the supervision of manufacturers revolves around these 2 pillars. The pillars are, on the one hand, the manufacturing and import authorizations, which usually we abbreviate as MIAs, and then the good manufacturing practice inspections, GMP inspections. As part of this introduction, I will also like to tell you a little bit more about the EMA role in inspection coordination. So as you can see at the center of this pyramid, you have what we call the core in respect to inspection coordination, which is the coordination of the verification of compliance with EU GMP requirements. And we do this at EMA through various ways. One of them is the one that you have at the top of this pyramid, which is checking compliance at submission. So when we receive the marketing authorization applications or variation applications, we check what is the GMP status of all the sites that are listed in the dossier. But not only do we check compliance upon submission, we also coordinate inspections. And there are different types of inspections that we coordinate at EMA. We can, broadly speaking, classify them in 2 categories. On the left-hand side, at the bottom, you have the coordination of pre-authorization inspections. And these are all the inspections that are conducted in the context of an authorization procedure. And usually, the outcome of these inspections is required in order for our committees to issue an opinion. A different type of inspections are the ones that you have on the right-hand side, and these are coordination of post-authorization inspections. These are surveillance routine inspections that we coordinate in order to ensure that the manufacturers of medicinal products that are supplied to the European Union continue to comply with GMP over time. As you can imagine, it is not possible to inspect absolutely all manufacturers around the world. So usually what the criteria that we use to decide when and where to inspect is risk. So we normally perform these inspections, or this coordination of inspections takes place on the basis of the risk. Moving on to the second block in this presentation, as I mentioned earlier, we are going to talk about the EU legal and regulatory framework. So I want to give you a flavor of what are the directives and regulations that govern the manufacture of pharmaceutical products. And I also want to give you a little bit more detail into what is the specific guidelines that are used by inspectors, and also all the procedures that are part of the compilation of union procedures on inspections and exchange of information. So what you have on the screen at the moment, it's a bit the landscape of the EU legal framework. And of course, this is not the whole legal framework for pharmaceuticals. This is specifically focusing on GMP. And as you can see, I have divided GMP, or I have divided this landscape into two categories. On the left-hand side, you have the legislation for medicinal products for human use, and you have them in blue. And on the right-hand side, you have the pharmaceutical legislation for medicinal products for veterinary use. So let's start with the products for human use. You have 4 blocks, and starting with the first one on the left is the regulation 726/2004, which establishes the European Medicines Agency. And I'm sure that in the previous presentations you have heard today, there was an introduction about this regulation. Continuing with the next block, you can see that we have Directive 2001/83, and this is the main directive that governs the medicinal products for human use. The next one is the Commission Directive specifically on GMP. So this is Commission Directive 2003/94, and it talks about GMP for human medicinal products and also for investigational medicinal products. And we normally call these investigational medicinal products IMPs. To finish this overview of directives, regulations related to GMP for human use, I would like to introduce the Commission Delegated Regulation on GMP for active substances for human medicinal products. And this is Commission Delegated Regulation 2014/1252/EU. On the right-hand side, as I said, you have the legal framework for veterinary use and specifically for GMP. So what you have is the umbrella directive that regulates veterinary medicinal products, and this is 2001/82/EC. And then on the right-hand side, you have Commission Directive 91/412/EEC. As you can see from the name of this last directive, this is quite old, and this is the GMP directive for veterinary medicinal products. I know that talking about regulation, specifically about naming the legislation with the numbers and references, it can be quite daunting. So, but I thought it's also important to give you the framework in which we operate. One last thing that I want to mention in this slide is that the directives that I have highlighted with a blue frame, so Commission Directive 2003/94 and also Commission Directive 91/412, these pieces of legislation are going to be repealed. The first one, the one on GMP for human products and IMPs, is because we will have a new regulation, which is Regulation 536/2014 on clinical trials, and that will change. As I said, it will repeal this directive on GMP for human products. The second one I mentioned, the GMP directive for veterinary medicinal products, it's also going to be repealed. In this case, it's because we will have a regulation, which is Regulation 2019/6 on veterinary medicinal products. So at the moment, the reason why I mentioned the ones that you have in the blocks in blue and in green is because these are the ones that are currently in place. But just for you to keep in mind that moving forward, these ones will be repealed. Let's talk about the EU GMP guide. So on the left-hand side, you have a summary of the directives we've just talked about. The directives for GMP, for human medicinal products, investigational, also GMP for veterinary medicinal products, and the GMP regulation for active substances. Now, I kept this here because they are, if you wish, the parents of the EU GMP guide. And everything that is in the GMP guide stems from, or the legal basis comes from these directives that you have listed here. But what is the GMP guide? So the EU GMP guide is the detailed guidelines that give all the requirements that need to be followed by the manufacturers of pharmaceutical products in order to comply with good manufacturing practice. What I've tried to capture here in this slide is just an overview of the different sections that the EU GMP guide has. At the end of the presentation, you will be able to see the links to these guidelines, and obviously you can look at them in more detail at your own time. But just for now, to give you a flavor of this, I would like to mention the different parts of the guide. So the guide starts with an introduction, which sets the scene and obviously makes a reference to the directives. And then it has 4 main parts. Part 1 describes the basic requirements for medicinal products, whereas Part 2 outlines the requirements for active substances used as starting materials. It's quite important to differentiate these two because obviously there are certain requirements that are specific to medicinal products, certain requirements that are specific to active substances. Part 3 is a bit of a miscellaneous part, and it consists of a number of documents which are all GMP related. Part 4 is quite recent, and it was only developed 2 or 3 years ago, and it's very specific because it talks about the GMP requirements for advanced therapy medicinal products, or ATMPs, as we normally call them. So apart from the introduction and these 4 parts that we just described, we also have a number of annexes from 1 to 19. And just to give you some examples, annexes lay down the specific requirements of certain aspects in the manufacture and release of medicinal products. So for instance, Annex 1 talks about the manufacture of sterile medicinal products. Annex 16 talks about the batch certification and release of medicinal products, and so on. And then finally, the GMP guide also includes a glossary, which is just a compilation of the most common terms usually used throughout this GMP guide. One point I would like to make is that although these parts are differentiated, it is important that the guide is read in its totality, because there are multiple references from the introduction to part 1 to the annexes. So in order to have an understanding of this guide, it's important that it is read in its totality. Another aspect I would like to mention, because it's also part of the guidelines and regulations in the supervision of manufacturers, is the compilation of union procedures. This is a public document that is owned by the European Commission, but is published by the European Medicines Agency on behalf of the Commission. And what you have on the screen on the left-hand side is basically the table of content of this compilation. What I have tried to do on the right-hand side of this slide is to summarize what this compilation of union procedures is about. So if we look at it, we can classify all the documents that are part of the compilation into 3 categories. The first one is the procedures. And when we talk about procedures, we talk about guidelines that are used by inspectors when it comes to inspecting manufacturers. So just to give you some examples, there are procedures related to GMP inspections, for example, on the training and qualification that the GMP inspectors must have. There are also procedures related to the risk-based planning for inspection of manufacturers, because as we mentioned earlier, it is not possible due to limited capacity to inspect all the manufacturers around the world. You also have procedures related to GDP inspection. So this compilation is not only about GMP supervision, it's also about GDP supervision, which stands for Good Distribution Practice. You also have procedures about rapid alerts. So how to handle reports of suspected quality defects, how to handle rapid alerts that are sent as a result of quality defects, and so on and so forth. So one of the main categories in this compilation is the procedures. Another category of documents that you have is the templates. It's important because this document aims at harmonizing practices across inspectorates in the European Union. So we also have a number of templates that are all used by the inspectors in the European Union, for example, to issue manufacturing authorizations or to issue GMP certificates. And I will explain a little bit later why it's so important that we have harmonized templates. The last block in the compilation relates to interpretation documents. These were introduced not too long ago, and the aim of these interpretation documents, which you can find in page 144, is to give you additional guidelines related to the templates. So, for example, when it comes to issuing a GMP certificate or issuing a manufacturing and import authorization, there are a number of categories, there are a number of boxes that need to be selected. In order to help inspectors to decide which categories, which boxes, which operations need to be selected, the interpretation documents aim to facilitate the understanding of how best to fill in these templates. We've talked about harmonization.
Esther, don't hesitate to make a break. So we invite questions, and if people want to ask questions on an ongoing basis, because it sometimes helps to break the presentation. But Phil, please go on. Sorry for having interrupted.
Sure, thank you. Yeah, and that's a very good point, Agnes. So, colleagues, if at any point you have a question, a burning question that you think it would be more appropriate to ask now, please feel free. You can use the chat box. There will also be time for questions at the end of the presentation, but yes, please feel free to enter any questions that come to mind right now. So what I was saying is that harmonization is something that I would really like you to keep in mind, because it's one of the main aims of the European Union and of the compilation of union procedures. So how do we ensure harmonization and how do we ensure equivalence? Because as you can imagine, with 27 member states, each country is different, each country has its own specificities, the markets are different as well because of the size. So it is important that regardless of the member state, we maintain a minimum level of equivalency and harmonization. And the way we maintain this equivalence among EU inspectorates is in a number of ways. So this slide tries to list a few of those elements that help harmonize and maintain that equivalence. The first one is the common legislation, which, as you know, is EU legislation, and we've talked a bit more earlier when we discussed the EU legal framework. We've also talked about common GMP, and the EU GMP guide is a way to also ensure harmonization and equivalency. We've also talked about the compilation of union procedures. So this is what we mean when we say common procedures for inspectorates. This compilation of union procedures is public, so it's accessible to everyone. So it's also helpful for manufacturers, but its primary audience is the inspectorates, so that they can incorporate the elements in the compilation of union procedures into their own inspectorates, into their quality systems. Additional elements that we use to ensure equivalence are technical support, meetings, training. this is an example of such tool. We try to provide training as much as possible, and now with COVID it's a bit more difficult, but I'm really happy that we are able to organize these types of virtual trainings, because these help us share knowledge, share good practices, best practices, and also clarify expectations. We're going to talk a bit more about the meetings when we talk about the GMP GDP Inspectors Working Group. And the last element that I would like to mention here are the audits. You have here internal audits, and in brackets you have JAP. So JAP stands for Joint Audit Program. And this is a program that applies to the EEA inspectorates. It's a way of conducting audits of the inspectorates to ensure that the standards are maintained throughout the European Union. So there is a schedule that is coordinated by the European Medicines Agency, and with a certain frequency, each of the member states, each of the inspectorates in the member states undergoes an audit by another member state. And this is an opportunity to learn, to improve practices, to exchange practices, and also to raise the bar. Last but not least, we also have external audits, and these are in the context of organizations like PICS, where it's not just about sharing best practice and undergoing audits conducted by EU inspectorates, but it's also about sharing knowledge and best practices with authorities around the world, because there are many authorities which are PICS participating authorities, such as the FDA or Argentina or many other countries which are part of PICS. If there are no questions, I suggest that we move on to the third part of this presentation, which is about EUDRA GMDP. And this is actually quite close to my heart, because I've been the contact point for EUDRA GMDP for a number of years now. So it's something that I oversee, I look after, and I'm quite keen to tell you a bit more about EUDRA, because I think it could be a helpful tool also for you to use in your inspectorates. So what is EUDRA GMDP? So EUDRA GMDP is an European Union database which contains authorizations, certificates, non-compliance statements, and registrations which are issued by regulatory authorities for pharmaceutical manufacturers. So all the information that you find in EUDRA GMDP comes from regulators. Okay, that's the first point I would like to emphasize. The database is maintained and operated by EMA, so we provide the platform, we look after the technical maintenance of the database, but the content itself is provided by the national competent authorities of the EU and EEA and other regulators. In terms of access, it's available to the general public, so anyone can access EUDRA GMDP. And we want to do that because we want to enhance the availability of information related to the EMA mandate. So one of the biggest aims of our role, of our mandate, is to ensure transparency, to be as transparent as possible. And that's one of the reasons why the information in EUDRA GMDP is available to the general public. We're going to talk a bit more about access, because there are two types of access, but I will explain that in a minute. Before we go there, I want to tell you a little bit about the structure and content of the database. So EUDRA GMDP has 5 modules. The first 2 modules are the oldest ones, and they are the MIA GMP modules. They are the ones that you have on the left-hand side. So the MIA module is about manufacturing and import authorization. So all the authorizations that are issued by the competent authorities in order to license, if you wish, the manufacturers. So before manufacturers start their operations, they will need to have a MIA in order to be able to manufacture medicinal products. Now, the second module, GMP, has actually 3 sections. This module contains good manufacturing practice certificates, so GMP certificates, but also contains GMP non-compliance statements. So as you can imagine, when an inspection is conducted, there are 2 possible outcomes. The inspection might be positive, meaning the manufacturer complies with GMP. And if that is the case, the inspectorate will issue a GMP certificate. But it could be that the site is actually not compliant with GMP. And in that case, if that happens, then the inspectorate will issue a statement of non-compliance with GMP. A third element that is also present in this module is the GMP inspection planning in third countries. So this is a forum, it's a platform that allows inspectorates to enter inspection plans. This part is actually not available to the public. So this part of the information, these inspection plans, are not available to the general public. They are not in the public domain. The third module is the WDA, which stands for Wholesale Distribution Authorizations, which is equivalent to MIAs, but this is for distributors. Then you have the fourth module is the GDP module, which contains good distribution practice certificates and also GDP non-compliance statements. And last but not least, you have the API registration module, which contains the registration of manufacturers, importers, and distributors of active substances for human use located in the EEA. So that is an overview of all the modules in UDRA GMDP. And now, as I mentioned earlier, I would like to tell you a little bit more about the access levels. So as I said, UDRA GMDP is available to the public, and you have here the website that you can use to access the database. This is actually a link that you can use from your inspectorates as well. It requires no registration, no username or password, but is limited in functionality, meaning you can't access everything that is in UDRA GMDP. Now, the second access that you have at the bottom is the access for registered users, and this is available to regulators only. And in this case, you do need a username and a password. And also, if you have access as a registered user, meaning if you belong to an EU NCA or to an MRA partner, you are also able to see information which is not in the public domain, such as the inspection plans. Which regulators have registered access? So this access where you have a username and a password, and you're able to see all the information in the database. Well, the first regulators are the EU and EEA authorities. And if you want a more detailed list of what these agencies are, you have the links here. It's basically the inspectorates for human products and for veterinary medicinal products in the European Union. Then a second category of partners are the MRA partners. So the European Union has MRAs, mutual recognition agreements, with a number of countries that you have here. And these are 7 countries: Australia, New Zealand, Israel, Switzerland, Japan, Canada, and the United States. And these MRA partners also have registered access to UDRA GMDP. The last category is other international partners, other international regulators. And in this category, we have EDQM, the European Directorate for the Quality of Medicines and Healthcare, and the WHO, the World Health Organization. These authorities also have registered access and are able to see confidential information. I can see there is a question in the chat box. It says no inspections for GDP. Yes, there are inspections for GDP. Let me just go back to the previous page here. So if you look at the fourth module, GDP, this contains the GDP certificates that are issued after conducting GDP inspections. But if your question is about plans for GDP inspections, then you're right. This module doesn't contain, this module doesn't contain plans for GDP inspections. Yes.
Please feel free to ask more questions. This session is also an interactive session, so really anything you want to know, it's the right time to ask. Thank you, Esther.
Thank you. All right, so here what you have is the landing page of UDRA GMDP. Maybe some of you are already familiar with the database. Maybe some of you are not, but I suppose you will receive the slides after this training, and you have here the link to UDRA GMDP. It's quite easy to access. This is the public website, and it's actually quite easy also to search. And if any of you has any questions, any doubts about how to search for a specific manufacturer, for a specific GMP certificate, we also have training materials and that we can provide to you. So please feel free to ask, and we can send you the details. Moving on now to the fourth module in this presentation, this is about the role of the GMP GDP Inspectors Working Group. So we're going to look a bit about at their mandate, the membership, and the ways in which they work. So what is the GMP GDP Inspectors Working Group? Well, this is a group of senior GMP inspectors that usually meets 4 times a year. In the past, before Corona, we used to meet usually in person 4 times a year, but because of the travel restrictions lately, we had to switch from face-to-face meetings to virtual meetings. But I have to say, they are working very well, and I always find these meetings very constructive, and it's a great exercise. Also because it's very enriching for the different inspectorates. So this group of senior inspectors, they have a triple mandate. What does this mean? This means that the GMP GDP IWG reports to the European Commission, it reports to the heads of medicines agencies, to HMA, and to the committees, the CHMP and CVMP. It consists of representatives of the GMP inspectorates of the EEA member states, but it also has a representative from the European Commission. It has observers from EDQM, from WHO, and from the MRA partner countries that we mentioned earlier. And it is chaired, and the secretarial support is provided by EMA. Now, what are the topics that are considered in the meetings? Well, usually it's new and revised GMP-related guidance, how new legislation impacts GMP inspection activity, harmonization of GMP inspection. It's also where community-wide procedures related to GMP inspections, known as the compilation of union procedures, are developed. So the compilation that we talked about earlier is discussed and updated through the Inspectors Working Group. We also discuss GMP-related issues concerning centrally authorized products and GMP inspections that EMA coordinates. And last but not least, this is also a forum for international collaboration and cooperation. And as you can imagine, it's very helpful to have observers from EDQM, from WHO, and from MRA partners because they provide this international perspective. In terms of liaison with other groups, well, there are many links with other groups in the agency. And other inspectors working group also interact with the GMP GDP IWG, and these are the GCP Inspectors Working Group, the Pharmacovigilance Inspectors Working Group, QWP, Quality Working Party, the Biologics Working Party, the Immunological Working Party, and PICS, WHO, ICH, EDQM. As you can see, many different groups with a common interest in GMP. The IWG also facilitates the introduction of new approaches to manufacturing and control methodologies through the Process Analytical Technology team, which we usually call the PAT team. And it also aims to meet with industry, very important not to lose the links with industry. So we have meetings with interested parties, which is basically representatives of European industry associations and professional associations. We try to have them once a year, but often it's not possible, especially due to the recent circumstances. And we're gonna, yeah.
There is a question about non-compliance statement. Maybe you want to answer before you go to international cooperation.
Yes, perhaps I can do that. Thank you, Ricardo. So I can see the question is when non-compliance statement is issued, only in case of a serious deficiency, what happens? Okay, so as you can imagine, every time an inspection is performed, there is a degree of non-compliance. What I mean by that is there are deficiencies, of course. And the way we classify deficiencies in the European Union are critical, major, and other. So of course, an inspection report will contain certain deficiencies, and that doesn't mean that the site will have a non-compliance statement. The problem is when the deficiencies that have been identified by inspectors are so systemic, they are so spread in the manufacturer that the inspectorate thinks that there is a need to take regulatory action. And the way to take regulatory action is to issue a non-compliance statement. So a non-compliance statement will be issued at the point where so many deficiencies have been identified. They are so critical, they are so widespread, so systemic in the manufacturer that for that site, it is not possible to continue with its operations in the current state. So what happens is that the non-compliance statement will be issued. And in UDRA GMDP, you will be able to recognize that a non-compliance statement has been issued because they appear in red. So it's quite flashy. It's quite easy to identify those non-compliance statements. So what happens is that normally the company will have to put in place a CAPA plan. They will have to send to the inspectorate a number of actions to remedy all the deficiencies. And in the meantime, what can happen is that the inspectorate may determine that a number of actions need to take place. For example, because of the non-compliance, they may prohibit the supply of active substances, for example, if it's an API manufacturer, or they may say that there is a need to recall a number of products. So it's quite an important piece of work that the inspectorate does. It's very thorough, and also we are very transparent in the information we provide to the public when it comes to non-compliance statements, because if you find a non-compliance statement in UDRA GMDP, you will see that part 3 is quite specific and quite detailed, and it provides an overview of all the nature of the non-compliance. I can see there is a follow-up question. Can non-compliance statement be removed after all deficiencies have been addressed? So usually what will happen is that once the company has provided a robust plan, the inspectorate will have to ensure that indeed those deficiencies have been rectified. So usually what will happen is that there will be a follow-up inspection. And in that follow-up inspection, the inspectors will be able to verify whether indeed the site is now compliant with GMP. And of course, if that is the case, yes, the non-compliance statement will be removed from UDRA GMDP and a GMP certificate will be issued. I hope I have addressed your questions.
Esther, I have another question, because earlier on, before you joined, we had a question on PICS. And the relation to, you mentioned the inspectors working group. What's the relation and how do you work with the PICS from the inspector working group? Is there any link?
Yes, absolutely. That's a very good question. Thank you, Agnes. There is indeed a representative. At the moment, the representative from PICS at the inspectors working group comes from Australia, from TGA, and that is the person in charge of maintaining the link between the IWG and PICS. So that person doesn't attend on behalf of TGA, it attends on behalf of PICS, and he's able to collect feedback from the inspectors working group, provide it to PICS, and the other way around, bring topics that are being discussed at PICS, bring them to the table for discussion with the IWG.
Thank you very much. Now
okay.
You're free to go to international collaboration.
So actually, this module, I'm going to just give you a little bit a flavor of international collaboration, specifically in the area of GMP. Agnes and Ricardo are the experts in international collaboration, but my talk will focus very much on GMP. So mutual recognition agreements, I've mentioned this before, MRAs. What are MRAs? Well, essentially, in a nutshell, MRAs are trade agreements. They are negotiated by the European Commission on behalf of the European Union with the country with whom we want to sign an MRA. At the moment, we have 7 MRAs, and you have the flags of the countries with whom the European Union has an MRA. And we've mentioned earlier, but it's New Zealand, Australia, Japan, Canada, Israel, Switzerland, and the United States. And what are the benefits of the trade agreements? Well, there are benefits for industry and there are benefits for authorities. So starting with industry, one of the aims of the MRAs is to try to avoid duplication of inspections from different authorities. So as you know, often what happens is that specifically in third countries, let's say in India and China, we can have inspections that are conducted by EU authorities, and soon after that we have inspections conducted by other authorities like FDA or Swissmedic. So what we try to do with these trade agreements is to rely on each other's inspections. So we try to avoid duplication and try to save resources. And this has a benefit for industry because obviously they reduce the number of times they need to be inspection ready. They need to be inspection ready the whole year, but obviously it's quite time consuming for industry to prepare for the visit, to host the visit. The waiver of import testing of products imported, this is a very another important benefit for industry because there is a requirement in EU legislation that says that every time a medicinal product comes into the European Union, before it's placed on the European Union market, it needs to be tested and it needs to be batch released. But with the MRAs, what happens is that if the testing and the product is manufactured, let's say, in Switzerland, that means that when it comes from Switzerland to the European Union, it doesn't have to be retested upon importation. Another benefit for industry is that it encourages greater international harmonization, because the more we talk to each other, the more aligned we can be with other authorities. As I mentioned, there are also benefits for authorities. It encourages greater international harmonization. So this is also an element that benefits authorities. It helps us to make better use of our very limited resources, inspectional resources, and it allows us to focus on sites of higher risk. Because we don't have the capacity to inspect all the sites, we need to make sure we put our focus on where there are really higher risks. In terms of recognition, what do we recognize? Because we've said this is a mutual recognition agreement, so what we recognize are the manufacturing authorizations. We recognize inspection outcomes, so we recognize an inspection conducted by Swissmedic in Switzerland, so we recognize the GMP certificates that they issue. And we also recognize manufacturer certification of the conformity of each batch to its specifications, as I said, without the need to recontrol at import. But beyond MRAs, what else we do in the GMP arena with regards to international collaboration? Well, this is a bit of a summary. We maximize inspection resources. We broaden inspection coverage because if, let's say, the EU covers one particular site and we have a mutual recognition agreement with another authority, then there is no need for that authority to go back to that site. So that's authority can be sent to another site, and that way we broaden our spectrum. We try to minimize duplicates as much as we can. Sometimes it is not possible, but we try. And as I said earlier, we focus on sites of the highest risk. So I have, this is the end of my presentation. We've covered the 5 modules. I saw there were some questions earlier. I hope I have addressed them. I don't know if there are any other questions that you would like to ask. So please feel free to do so. While you're thinking about it, I thought it could be, because this is meant to be an interactive session and something where we want to, to have a bit of a communication, two-way communication. So I thought perhaps we could have a mini quiz. So it's 10 questions, multiple choice, ABC, and I thought that perhaps we can try to answer the question. So what I would suggest is that I would read the question out loud, and then you can type A, B, or C, what you think is the best answer, and then we can find out. So shall we start? So the first question is, what are the two pillars of the EU system for GMP supervision? A, GMP certificates and manufacturing authorizations, B, manufacturing authorizations and marketing authorizations, or C, none of the above. Let me see if this works. Okay, no. Okay, well, I think I cannot show you you're meant to see the response, but I don't think I can share the animations. So anyway, I'll give you the answer. I can see lots of A's, and that is actually correct, yes. So the two pillars are GMP certificates and manufacturing authorization. So very well done.
Congratulations. Congratulations.
Question 2. Which of the following is not a role of the European Medicines Agency in the context of inspection coordination? Perform GMP inspections, that's A. B, coordinate inspections of manufacturers of centrally authorized products located in third countries, or C, none of the above. So which of the following is not a role of the European Medicines Agency? And I can see that colleagues are choosing A, someone C. Okay, so the correct answer is A. So we don't perform GMP inspections. We coordinate, we collaborate with the inspectorates, we cooperate with them, but we actually don't have inspectors ourselves, so we do not perform GMP inspections. So well done, everyone who answered A. Third one, what is the EU directive for medicinal products for human use? A, Directive 2001/82, B, 2001/83, or C, none of the above? I see lots of B's, and that is correct. Yes, well done. Well done, guys. Right, question 4. How many parts does the EU GMP guide have? A, 5 parts plus the annexes, 2 parts plus introduction plus annexes, or C, 4 parts, introduction, annexes, and glossary? I can see C, yes. That is correct. C, 4 parts, introduction, annexes, and glossary. Okay, question 5. Is the information in EUDRA GMDP available for the general public? A, yes. B, no. Or C, not all information is available to the general public. So for question 5, and that is correct. C, not all information is available to the general public. Like the example we gave earlier, the inspection plans are not in the public domain. Right, so question number 6. How many modules does EUDRA GMDP have? A, 5 modules, B, 3, C, 6. So for question 6, and yes, the answer is A, 5 modules, MIA, GMP, WDA, GDP, and API registration. Well done. So question number 7, who chairs and provides the secretariat for the GMP GDP IWG? A, the European Commission, B, the heads of Medicines Agency, or C, the European Medicines Agency? Correct.
Esther, the sound is breaking for you. You just said that the correct answer was C. Yes, that's right. And no cheating, guys, please. Huh? You have to make the answer for yourself.
Is it better? Okay, so question number 8 is how many times per year does the GMP GDP Inspectors Working Group usually meet? A, 4, B, 2, or C, 3? And that is correct. So the IWG usually meets 4 times a year, so the correct answer is A. So 2 more to go. Question 9, with how many countries does the EU have mutual recognition agreements? So question 9, answer A is 7, B 3, or C 4. So the answer to question 9 is indeed A, with 7 countries. Last question. Question number 10. Which of the following is not a benefit for authorities in relation to international collaboration in the area of GMP? A, encouraging greater international harmonization. B.
So the question was, which of the following is not a benefit for authorities in relation to international collaboration in the area of GMP? I see a number of C's, and indeed, the number C is the right answer. So I think you're seeing the references that she's giving in her presentation. For the time being, unfortunately, we cannot hear her. Can you ask her to type in the chat box so she can read this chat box? And thank you very much, Esther, for the presentation. I think it was very good. Please put your questions in the chat box if you have more questions. Again, there will be the opportunity to discuss other points in the future, but it's time to ask the question. We still have about 7 minutes to go on. I just hope we will recover the sound from Esther.
It was a pleasure to be able to share this session with you, to tell you a little bit more about how we supervise manufacturers in the European Union. And I wish you the best for the rest of the training and for the rest of the afternoon. So thank you very much, and we'll stay in touch. Bye.
Thank you, Esther. Now we are back.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Bye.
We had lost the sound. As again, we will share all the material after the meeting, so no worries. There will be the slide will be sent, and thank you very much. We restart at a.
And colleagues, just to say that we will restart the training at 3:30 CET, so 3:30 Amsterdam time. So at the moment it's 3 o'clock almost in Amsterdam. So we will resume the training in half an hour. Thank you.
Okay, dear colleagues, we are coming back to this session. I know it's a very dense day with a lot of information, but we're trying to break a little bit in between the sessions for your own good. I want to give the floor maybe to Ricardo for a few housekeeping rules.
Yes, I will just repeat what we have already been said several times before, who has maybe just joined. Please mute your microphones, everyone but the speaker. As regards the training material, we will send it to all the email addresses we have, including the contact points in candidate countries and potential candidates. But for all the others, please, if you want to receive the training material, send an email requesting it at emainternational@ema.europa.eu. The third and last thing is that during the presentation, please, if you have questions at any time, put them in the chat box, and then the speaker or someone else will try to answer as best as we can. Thank you.
So now the next session has two speakers, one about the EU pharmacovigilance system and the other one about pharmacovigilance inspections. And the first speaker is Agnello Santoro, but then it will be followed by Sofia Milona. Both are in the Department of Quality and Safety, of course, with focus for one on pharmacovigilance and the other in inspections. Agnello, you're first, please. You have the floor.
Thank you very much, Agnes, and good afternoon to everybody. I am going today to guide you through a high-level overview of the European pharmacovigilance system. Its origin can be traced back to about 60 years ago with the first EU legislation on medicine in 1965, And 30 years down the line, the establishment of the European Medicine Agency, at that point in time back in London, and in 2004, the introduction of the risk management plan, which represent the proactive component of pharmacovigilance. And I would say that from that moment on, a series of events have taken place at much closer pace, much faster pace, that have brought up us where we are today. And just to name a few, I would say the patient and the healthcare professional started being more and more involved into the regulatory process, contributing to it. We started having working parties for patient, healthcare professional, and they also became part of the scientific committees, thus contributing to the scientific evaluation of medicine. 2012, I think it's a date that is worth emphasizing, is when the new or revised pharmacovigilance legislation became operational. And this brought about a major strengthening and rationalization of the EU system with clear roles and responsibility, with the creation of a new committee specifically focused on pharmacovigilance, the so-called Pharmacovigilance and Risk Assessment Committee. In 2017, a very important date for Eurovigilance. As you probably know, Eurovigilance is the system we have in Europe to collect, to manage, to analyze information about adverse drug reaction with the medicinal product that are either authorized or in study in clinical trials in the EEA. This system has been traditionally accessible to member states, to the European Medicine Agency, to the European Commission, but in 2007, a major enhancement has taken place that has allowed for the first time in history marketing authorization holder to access this wealth of information so that they can complement their system, their in-house system, when performing their pharmacovigilance investigation. And the question would be, where are we heading to? What is the trajectory that we are following? What is coming on our way? And indeed, if we want to try to look a little bit at the future that is not so far anymore, for sure we can at least mention the role of big data that start already being used and that we foresee will be used more and more into the regulatory process, into the regulation of medicine. Big data that are this immense, I would say, amount of information coming from different data sources, different data sets, for example, electronic health record, insurance claim, genomics, and so on. And what is the objective? What is the direction of our travel? It is essentially in seeing how we can harness the power that this offer to actually make even more robust our regulatory processes, our regulation of medicine. This data, for example, can complement existing sources of evidence, like, for example, from clinical trial. They can help us fill some knowledge gap, and surely they can help us to better characterize diseases, medicine, treatment. So they are truly a wealth of information. And in this sort of historical record of the evolution of pharmacovigilance, I think it's worth marking this summertime in July 2020, when basically the work plan of the Big Data Steering Committee was adopted with a list of recommendations on how to make this happen in the next months and years to come. So I would say the future is quite promising, and for sure it's a journey that is not over. So I would now, it's not scrolling, let me try. Yeah. In this slide, I would like just to try to reflect a little bit with you and on what are the goals of the EU pharmacovigilance system. So if we try to zoom out from the details and reflect a little bit on those, I would say that the image of a pendulum is what, in my opinion, can represent quite well what these objectives are. On the one end of the spectrum, if you like, is the health promotion. So our obviously need to make medicine available, especially those that fulfill unmet medical need, as soon as possible in safe, of course, condition, and to put in place pharmacovigilance system that support authorization decision. But on the other end of the pendulum run, we have the imperative of pharmacovigilance, which is, of course, to protect public health, of course, making medicine available, but also ensuring that we have in place robust system to monitor safety of those medicines, to make decision rapidly when needed, and also to take the action that are warranted and that hopefully translate into positive outcomes. Pharmacovigilance is truly embedded into the life cycle of a medicinal product, starting early on, I would say, from pre-marketing, when marketing authorization holders are encouraged to plan how they are going to further or to better characterize and minimize risk with their medicine that will become more evident once medicine are used in larger population, or anyway larger than the one that were observed during the clinical trial phase. And then moving on into the post-marketing phase, the collection of the adverse drug reaction through, for example, systems like ultravigilance I mentioned before, and the analysis of this information through the activity of signal detection. All of this to end up with a thorough assessment of the evidence available that surely takes into account information from pharmacovigilance databases like ultravigilance, but also other sources of information. For example, what is being published or what is available from registry and from different sources. I will mention a few in a couple of minutes. A thorough evaluation that results in a regulatory action when needed that of course needs to be communicated for the benefit of the end receiver, for the benefit of the patient. But the journey wouldn't be complete if we don't mention that of course this action needs and this measure that are taken needs to be measured in terms of effectiveness. And last, but certainly not least, that with the auditing and with the inspection, so with the activity that are aimed at assessing whether the system are compliant with the legislative framework and with the capacity building, we ensure that we always rely on the best methodologies and that basically we set up ourselves out on a journey of continuous improvement. Here, as I anticipated before, just to mention a few of the evidence that are taken into consideration while evaluating the safety of medicine. So surely what comes from the clinical trial phases, but also, as I mentioned, the medical literature, spontaneous reporting, what comes from specific registry that are set up, and also from communication from other regulatory bodies. All of this information is channeled through a thorough evaluation by the Pharmacovigilance and Risk Assessment Committee that results in a recommendation on the marketing authorization. And you can see there the most relevant example of possible recommendation. Now I would like to do the opposite exercise. So we have zoomed out, we have reflected on what are the goals, what we are trying to achieve. And here I would like to zoom more into the system and see what are the components and give a flavor of their main roles, if you like. So I shall start with the European Medicine Regulatory Network, which is composed of these three main entities: the European Medicine Agency, with the main task of coordinating the scientific resources that are made available by the national competent authorities. The national competent authorities who have got the responsibility for the authorization of safe medicine on their territories and of course for conducting, for example, inspection on their territory to ensure that medicine continues to be safe and that the systems are compliant with the requirements they are expected of those systems. The European Commission, which is responsible for the authorization of a central authorized product and obviously for varying the marketing authorization. All of this translates in figure into an orchestra of 7 committees. I list them there, but as I probably hinted at before, the lion role in terms of pharmacovigilance is the one of the Pharmacovigilance and Risk Assessment Committee, specifically created for pharmacovigilance in 2012. These committees are supported by 28 working parties and by a pool of 4,000 scientific experts that are drawn by the whole EU in a truly global effort to ensure that the best scientific expertise is in place. Let me see, I see a question actually. Can different EU countries have different recommendations for centrally authorized products? Well, in the area of pharmacovigilance, this is a very important question. In the area of pharmacovigilance, I take an example. For example, for signal, a signal is raised for a medicinal product. This is the evaluation of this signal is channeled through a cumulative, if you like, procedure into a procedure that is dealt with by the PRAC. So the PRAC will assess all the evidence, will appoint normally a rapporteur, and will review all the evidence that has been made available on this, possibly will ask data to the marketing authorization holder, and then we'll come to a collegial, let's say, recommendation on this issue that will be valid for all the different European member states that sit at the PRAC, contribute, of course, to that recommendation, can express comment, but actually the benefit is to have a central place where the evaluation is carried out and basically a recommendation is issued. Let me go back to number 4 to see that. Yes, so that's basically what it is. So I see a second question. Europe pharmacovigilance system comprises all the products authorized through the centralized procedure. Well, I think a centralized procedure is one, of course, of the procedure, but when we speak about pharmacovigilance in the EU, we need to consider products that are authorized on the EU territory regardless of the authorization procedure. So for sure, as I mentioned in one of the previous slides, national competent authorities are part of the system. So also, of course, products that are authorized nationally through different procedures like mutual recognition, for example, or the centralized procedure, also those are part of the European pharmacovigilance system. They simply follow different procedures, but can anyway, and I think I touch upon, but this will probably require a more in-depth explanation that will come maybe in a future phase, can be also referred to basically a central mechanism of evaluation through the PRAC. So through the so-called referral mechanism. So also issue for non-centralized product, to be clear, can be referred to, I would say, a benefit of risk assessment that is referred to the PRAC in order to come with a unique central recommendation. So I don't see other questions. Yeah, I can go on, but of course you can post any new one. So we said if some of the components of the European Medicine Regulatory Network, but the picture wouldn't be complete if we didn't acknowledge also the role of other components that are equally important. So first of all, I would want to acknowledge, well, the first 3 on the left, so European Commission, National Competent Authority, and the EMEA. I've already spoken about those, but I would also have to acknowledge the role of the pharma industry, obviously because they make the medicine available. Researchers, because they continually propose new methodologies that allows obviously continuous improvement. Patients, and I put them at the center of this slide, first of all, because all that we do is to protect their health. So, of course, they are at the center of our efforts, but also because, as I mentioned before, they've been progressively more and more involved into the regulatory process because of the recognized added value to the regulatory process. They can enrich it by bringing real-life experience, the user perspective, into the regulatory process. And similarly, healthcare professionals, because they can obviously contribute the clinician perspective into the regulatory process. Here I may wanted to sort of give an helicopter view of what are the main pillars of the EU pharmacovigilance system. I mentioned a few already, like the fact that it's centered around patient and that patient and the healthcare professional have been engaging more and more into the regulatory process. It's a system which is risk proportionate, that integrates benefit and risk, and we have a specific review of benefit and risk of medicine that are requested at regular interval periodically to marketing authorization holder. They are the so-called periodic safety assessment report, and those obviously are then reviewed and by regulatory authorities, and I believe that there will be in the future modules that will explain a bit more how these are structured. It is based on clear roles and responsibility, as I mentioned before, on continuous improvement, on the best scientific evidence, on transparency and communication. And I will give you in the next few slides some examples of at least a few of those. But I see that a question has just come. Let's see. Do patients have the right to vote and influence PRAC decision equally as PRAC member state representative? This is very, very important question. I would say patients have got really an important role. There are patient representatives inside the PRAC, so, and not just inside the PRAC, but also inside other committees, scientific committee, but of course of relevant for pharmacovigilance here is to be mentioned the PRAC. Then actually they are also part of a working party dedicated to that. So of course they can, in that content, make their voice heard, if you like. But even more, I would say with the new tool of the revised pharmacovigilance legislation, the public hearing, patients can make their voice heard even more because the PRAC, and I think so far it has been using this possibility in two occasions. In the case, if I recall, of the fluoroquinolone, for example, and basically to hear the view of the patient. Public hearing are a dedicated tool whereby patient can basically express their view, and the committee would listen into them and basically listen into the acceptability, for example, of the risk vis-a-vis the different therapeutic opportunities, or into the different basically safety and the different the acceptability of the risk, basically. So this, we have patients as I think it's Agnes Ramon. Yeah, exactly. As member, they vote. Yes, exactly. So yes, sorry, I didn't clarify that, but exactly. Perfect. So thanks a lot for this remark, Agnes.
Yeah, I think
Agnello, sure.
That's something we may address as a separate point, but the role of patient is really at the center of what we do at EMA. This has changed completely the perspective, and there will be a session on this, but just to insist on the fact that they are treated as member of the committee exactly as a member coming from a member state or as a co-opted member. They really have their say, and their voice is heard as a member, but also as additional stakeholders that we consult on many of the things we do. And they are not second class a citizen in our committees. Thank you. Sorry.
Agnes, exactly. And I think their role participating, for example, of public hearing is really in recognition of their role, and actually their input has been taken into account while finalizing, for example, the review that I was mentioned of the fluoroquinolone and whenever this public hearing instrument have been used. So I will move to this slide where it's a little bit dense. It was supposed to be through animation, but I think it's clear anyway. I just want to mention here a few transparency initiatives to begin with. And for sure, it's not an exhaustive list. Much more could be said, but I believe here we at least zoom on some of the most relevant ones. And I will start by saying that patients not only have got a role in contributing in shaping the regulatory process, but are given now access to an unprecedented wealth of information on the safety of medicine. For example, they just need to consult the European Medicine Agency website and find information on adverse drug reaction that are presented there in an anonymized way relating to medicine authorized on the EU territory. They need to go into the ADR portal, and they can get this information. They can learn on the PRAC recommendation on signals. They can also learn, and I wanted to, something I mentioned before, on the outcome of European evaluation, benefit risk assessment of major safety issues that are conducted in the context of referral, for example. And this transparency, I think, in the current climate is worth mentioning, is pushed even further in the current COVID-19 pandemic. For example, in this context specifically, the plan is to increase further transparency in two ways at least. For therapeutic and for vaccine for COVID-19, we will, and we have already for example, remdesivir, but even more for the vaccine to come, we will publish what we already do publish for other medicine, but in a quicker, in a more expedited way. And the second dimension of this further transparency for this therapeutic and vaccine will be to publish more than we would normally do for other medicine. For example, we will publish the complete risk management plan as opposed to just a summary, or the clinical data that have supported, that are behind, that are the grounds basically for the decision that will be taken. In terms of communication, we send advance notification to marketing authorization holder for signals that are planned for PRAC discussion. And this is important because in this way, together with the sharing of information, like documents with the marketing authorization holder, we ensure that we put them in the best place possible to contribute to the regulatory process, to support the regulatory process, so that they are informed as early as possible and can start working on the issue under investigation. We coordinate between member states on safety announcement, and this is an important communication measure to ensure that we reach out to patients, to healthcare professionals as much as possible with a harmonized message across the EU. And in the same spirit, we prepare lines to take when we envisage that there is going to be possible media attention. Lines to take as a tool to, basically as a briefing note, if you like, to help responding to queries from the press with a united front. In terms of engagement, I mentioned the role and increased the role throughout the years of patient, healthcare professional. I mentioned also a little bit the role of public hearing, so this new tool of the pharmacovigilance legislation. And again, as I said before, for transparency, this engagement has gone even a step further, again, in the context of COVID-19. we have drawn some guidance to support marketing authorization holder on trying to provide guidance, as I was saying, on what needs to be prioritized in case their resources are massively impaired as a result of the pandemic. What needs to be prioritized in terms of reporting? Which type of ICSR first, and which one in case can be deprioritized if they don't have the resource to cope with all of them as they are supposed to do. And the same for inspection, basically. There are specific guidance on what to do in this area. For cooperation, I would mention the sharing of information on drug safety issues through regular teleconferences with the FDA and with other major regulators. The communication of measures taken for CAPs that may have a bearing, an importance, and impact on public health protection in countries outside of the EU. And again, I like to give a bit of flavor of the real life and the actually current initiative in the area of COVID. This cooperation has taken a completely new dimension, even bigger, has become even more prominent. For example, under the auspices of ICMRA, the establishment of a COVID-19 pharmaceutical COVID-19 therapeutic vaccine pharmacovigilance network that has got the specific objective to share as early as possible information, expertise, communication, pharmacovigilance activity, benefit risk assessment on pharmaceutical use for to treat COVID-19 or for vaccine. Another initiative, very important in terms of collaboration, the Access Project. This is truly a partnership of, I think, around probably more than 20 EU research center partnerships, so with academia and public and academia, that has got as main objective to start some preliminary research on methodology and data sources to basically monitor the safety, the effectiveness, and the COVID vaccine. And as an objective of this project is also to identify what are the adverse drug events that are more important for vaccine, the so-called adverse event of special interest, as well as to try to define background rate, which will be very important supportive information when analyzing safety issue, possibly with COVID vaccine. And last, I want to mention, again, in terms of this collaboration between member states, between the academia, between the UMC, in trying to develop a specific methodology to monitor COVID-19 vaccine and therapeutics. And I see a question there. Let me see how the patient support program is regulated in the EU in terms of ICSR, data resources, and responsibility for patient safety. For this one, I will have to get back to that. Maybe we can do it, if possible, after the meeting, because I don't have handy the details regarding that, unless somebody in the audience has got more for that. For the second question regarding the Access Project as smart methods, where we can find activities related to this project method. Well, I believe for Access, again, we can send more resources after the meeting, but definitely there is a bit published regarding the Access Project. I believe also on our website, we give some highlights for that, so that would be available. For the smart method proceeding, well, this is a technical subgroup of the PRAC, and it's conferences that take place normally in the margin of the PRAC with experts which develop methodology, and normally when there are significant news updates, there is a briefing at the PRAC. I think when there is a guidance, of course, that is developed for that, this, whenever possible, if deemed of I would say, public relevant, is published. So that's would be in the area specifically of COVID-19. There is no specific guidance. It's a work that is in process, and we are trying to see, for example, in the area of signal detection, if and how we need to screen, what differences are needed in screening adverse drug reaction when you are considering a COVID vaccine and when you are therapeutic relative to other drugs. But there is nothing at the moment that is available in terms of publication. So that's. And then the patient support program follows the regulation for spontaneous reporting. Yeah. Okay, that's okay. I think if I not seeing any other question, maybe I'll progress on the next slide.
Agnello, I think you need also to leave time for your the other speaker. So if you can maybe get to the conclusion, so we can hand over
Sure.
to the
I think it's 2 slides, so I will just glance over quite quickly on that. This is to give just an eagle view on one of the pillars of the EU system, which is the continuous improvement and capacity building. Again, a few initiatives there that are not exhaustive but representative. So the IMI project, which developed evidence-based methodologies in pharmacovigilance and contributed for sure enhancement for signal detection. The EU Network Training Center that spread good scientific and regulatory practices across the EU network. The SCOPE project that developed best practice approaches in the EU network, and pharmacovigilance training material, and the NCEPT that actually contributed expertise and resources in pharmacovigilance, pharmacopidemiology to facilitate basically large pharmacopidemiological studies. And I will end up my part by referring the audience to useful reading that would allow you to go deeper into the EU pharmacovigilance system. Surely the good pharmacovigilance practices that are a series of measures drawn up in Europe to support pharmacovigilance. And you can find there an index with the modules, and you can navigate towards the one you are more interested in. And last, I would just mention a publication of about 3 years ago that gives a good overview of how the European Union pharmacovigilance system works. And I would just end up with a final remark saying that we went into some details of the system, and as I mentioned at the beginning, equally important is to check compliance of those systems with the legislative requirement, and this is one, I would say, the main aim of inspection. And with this, I would like to leave the floor to my colleague Sofia Milona, who will guide you through some principles related to inspection. Thanks you very much, Sofia. The floor is yours, and I will mute my mic now.
Yes, hello to everyone. And thank you, Agnello. So this will be brief, and then we can take questions during or after the presentation. So I will start with a few definitions. So you have already had an overview of the pharmacovigilance system. And you can see the definition as it appears in the legislation. Now, we will focus for inspections in the pharmacovigilance system that the marketing authorization holder will need to put in place. And one other aspect that it was introduced with the 2012 legislation that Agnello referred to is the pharmacovigilance system master file. Now, the pharmacovigilance system master file is a detailed description of the pharmacovigilance system of the marketing authorization holder for their system that covers one or more of their products. They have to establish this file and maintain it up to date. And you can also find the information on the content and format of this pharmacovigilance system master file in the Commission implementing regulation, but also in the good pharmacovigilance practices in Module 2. The master file is very important, and also its location is very important. So each marketing authorization holder, they will need to declare to the authorities, and they also give the information in Article 57, so they give it to the EMA databases, the location of their pharmacovigilance system master file. And this is important because the member state where this location is will be the member state to lead the inspection for this system. And actually for centrally authorized products, the member states where this pharmacovigilance system master file is located is called the supervisory authority, and they will be responsible for the supervision of this system. If we go to the next slide, and I think, Agnello, can you move to the next slide?
I am doing it, but I don't know why it's not progressing.
That's fine. I will continue. In the next slide, I will show you how the pharmacovigilance inspections are actually organized and planned in the EU. And until you have the slide, I would like you a bit to recall what we said earlier on, that the EU pharmacovigilance system is really taking care of all the authorized medicines in the EU. But it's important to recall that we have different marketing authorization procedures, and this is important to take into account to think how the inspections are organized. So for any marketing authorization holders and their systems that are covering at least one centrally authorized product, so this is really represented in the green circle. For all those that they have at least one centrally authorized product, we include them in what we call the risk-based program on routine pharmacovigilance inspection of marketing authorization holders with CAPs. So this is a program that is prepared by the EMA Secretariat, but in collaboration, close collaboration with the inspectorates of all the EU member states. And we also involve the Pharmacovigilance Risk Assessment Committee, the BRAC, and the CHMP, the Committee for Medicines for Human Use. And they all agree when these programs will be inspected and the re-inspections of those programs, because this is ongoing and the standard cycle is 4 years. So we expect that every 4 years we cover all the marketing authorization holders with CAPs. However, this period between inspections can be shortened or lengthened on a risk-based approach. Now, for all other marketing authorization holders that they don't have centrally authorized products, they are also being inspected, and they are included in the national inspection programs of the member states. So what the member states will do every year is will take into account the marketing authorization holders with centrally authorized products, as we said, for which they are the supervisory authority. But then in their yearly programs, they will also include any other marketing authorization holders with nationally authorized products. And they will ensure that they also supervise those. And this is represented by the gray circle that you see in the slide. Now, on top of those routine inspections, which they are really routine surveillance to ensure that we supervise what they are doing with their systems, you can imagine many times we have concerns raised either from an inspection, but very usually from assessment. So very often product-specific concerns. And these are communicated to the member state inspectorates, and they agree together with the assessors that raise the concerns, whether this concern can wait and be looked at in the next routine inspection. But usually what will happen is that we don't want to wait, and we will decide to have a trigger inspection, a for cause inspection, as you can see there in the middle. And this is really an inspection that will happen earlier than initially planned. So we will have to adjust those programs. So the trigger inspections are really stand alone, but what happens actually is we adjust the existing programs to ensure that we address the concern as soon as possible. And all these inspections, they lead us to the Integrated Pharmacovigilance Inspection Program. So if we go to the next slide, and this is my last one, so we can take time maybe for questions. I would like to highlight some elements that are very important for pharmacovigilance inspections. And the first one is harmonization. I'm sure you have already discussed that EU legislation requires its member state to operate to the same rules and requirements. This is not new. For pharmacovigilance inspections, harmonization is also very important because we have mutual recognition of the outcomes of those inspections between the member states. So an important tool to achieve this harmonization is the Pharmacovigilance Inspectors Working Group. This is a group from inspectors from all the member state national competent authorities, and then they discuss between themselves and they agree, first of all, union-wide guidelines with regard to pharmacovigilance inspections, and they agree to follow those in their inspections. And they are published and we call them union procedures. The other thing where this EMA, but also together with this group is involved, is the continuous training. And this is very important to ensure that all inspectors are trained at the same level. And actually, this is at EU level, but there are annual trainings. Many times, they also include the non-EU participants. And the last one is, of course, they share their experiences on inspections, they share their questions, and they discuss this between themselves. And lastly, I would like to highlight the sharing of information. This is also very key. So we share within this group the plan and conducted inspections, the inspection scope, which means what the inspection included and what they reviewed, and the inspection outcomes. And most importantly, we include the non-compliance, where we define non-compliance as major and critical findings. So they have to share non-compliance between themselves, and also the corrective and preventive action plans that they agree with the marketing authorization holders, the inspectees. So they agree how they will address the deficiencies. And this is also very important to share, because member states then know what they expect and how they can follow up those inspections. So I will stop here. This is really the way we try to cooperate, reduce duplication, and make the best use of resources and ensure the supervision and monitoring of those systems. I think this is my last slide, and I don't know if there were any questions in the chat.
Thank you, Sofia, very much.
Thank you.
We will ask again people to write their question in the chat box, either to Agnello or to Sofia, about all the system of pharmacovigilance. I just want to draw your attention between the continuum that we have in pharmacovigilance, which actually starts very early in the development of products, because it starts at the time of clinical trial. We already start pharmacovigilance. You should not think about pharmacovigilance just as something that happens once the product is approved. So then we have a mix of prospective collection of safety information, which can be in a trial or in a cohort or in a registries. And on the side, we also have spontaneous reporting that the patient do, that encouraged by health professional. And these data come into our system, the Vigilance. You have also a systematic approach to literature review, looking for publication related to safety. And finally, this is the thing that is new now, which is the analysis of what we call real-world data to become real-world evidence, i.e. the data analyzed in a way that regulators can make use of it. And that includes data that are outside there, that are collected by healthcare professionals. And in particular, we make big use of e-health records, which need to be analyzed because they hold a lot of very important information. So really think about pharmacovigilance as a complex system where the responsibility are shared between the member state who have direct access to healthcare professionals, very often collect already directly the report, but also the report go into vigilance at the central level and for centralized product also. So really think about a complex system. I think there are questions and I leave it to Sophia to answer. Thank you.
Yes, I read the question. It says if an EU market authorization holder has a partner outside the EU, another legal entity, and who are marketing the medicine in some country outside the EU, whether they have to include them, if I understand well, in the EU PSMF and have some contract agreement on exchange of pharmacovigilance data with that partner. If yes, yes, there is. This is a very common finding, let's say, but the guidance is clear. The starting point is, and Agnello can compliment on that, is that if the source of safety information, so if the same exact product is really marketed somewhere else and they have a clear, let's say, co-marketing agreement, even if it is another legal entity, and we have important information for the same product marketed in the EU from outside the EU, and they can get access to those, there would be an expectation that they do have the agreements to get this information to inform also the EU system, because you must be aware that in EU vigilance you do have cases from outside the EU. You don't have only the inside the EU. But the key aspect, and the inspectors would have to look into that, is exactly which are the agreements for this product and whether they can get access to this information, because you wrote that it's a different legal entity. If they didn't have any agreements with them and they couldn't have access, let's say, which is not usually the case, but then it would be maybe a different case. But if they have access to this information, they should make an effort, and actually they should really have their agreements in that way that they can get this information to take them into account, because the important thing is that they can really have all the information available for the benefit risk, to assess benefit risk and give also to the assessors. So very often the agreements are in place, are not complete, and we have problems in inspections, but the expectation would be that this is listed in the list of sources of information of this product, one or more. I don't know if Agnello would like to add something, but in principle, if they are collaborating, marketing the same product outside the EU, we would expect we have this information.
Agnello, please.
I don't have anything specifically to add, apart from that, as Sophia said, I would expect that this is documented in a license agreement, and so there would be, the expectation exactly as she said.
Is there a legal basis in our legislation for this, the need to be able to access safety data?
Yes, but it's a bit of, in a general sense, and maybe we can send it after the meeting to be a bit more clear. The reference is more, the legislation says that they should be able to provide all the available information for the product to the assessors, so they need to collect this.
Okay,
it's quite
this is
general.
I think this is the answer. This is really the absolute obligation to be able to provide all the safety information. We cannot accept that safety information is hidden or not accessible to assessors. Maybe you can take the next question. Example of a triggered inspection?
Yes, I will give you the most common example. So you heard that we have the periodic safety update reports, and very often these are prepared on the basis of an active substance. There is a certain time where all the companies marketing the same active substance, they need to submit this periodic safety update report, where they do a cumulative review of the safety information available for this product to give to the assessors to make an assessment, and the assessors will need to look into this to decide if there is any change in the need to change the product information or any other change. It's not my expertise, but just to explain, to set the scene for the trigger. So many times the assessors will come back to us and say that the way this periodic safety update report, the way it is presented, is seems to have deficiencies, to have inconsistencies. Maybe they request some data or some reanalysis from the marketing authorization holder, and they don't really respond in the right way. So very often they will come back to us and say that they are concerned on generally how they do pharmacovigilance and how they are organized, because they see these very bad reports submitted to them for assessment. So, and then this many times we have to discuss and see how much concerned we are, where they can be the issues, and discuss with the inspectors to really go earlier and inspect and see how they prepare these reports, how is their quality system, why we had these deficiencies, and why they couldn't really respond to the request. So very often, to make it in a more general way, the triggers come from an assessment, and because it can be product specific, but it may show problems in the whole system. Is the specific product is only the trigger. This is a very common a case of a trigger, but there could be others as well. For example, if you have a bad inspection outcome, very worrying with many deficiencies, they may decide that the next inspection is triggered. They may bring expertise in this inspection. And when we say trigger, it's not only that there is a concern, it's also it's going to happen outside the routine frequency.
Thank you, Sofia. I think that was the question. Who triggers the inspections? Is it only EMA and national inspectorates? Maybe a quick answer so we can go to the next question.
Yes, the triggers come from usually from the member states. It depends also the reason, but EMA is involved and coordinates the discussion between inspectors and assessors to facilitate to decide when the inspection will happen, who will be involved, and even which sites, because sometimes it may not be even the pharmacovigilance system master file site. You may need to go to other sites to address the concern. So we are very heavily involved, but usually the trigger, the initial trigger comes from the member states.
Thank you very much, Sofia. Now we have a question. Maybe, Agnello, you can take the question on penalties for non-compliance in the area of pharmacovigilance.
Well, on this, to be honest, I'm not. It's not my area of expertise. What are the exact consequences? Probably Sofia, maybe would be more.
Let me see. The question is on penalties for market authorization holders. Yes. Now there are different sanctions in case of non-compliance, and actually these are, in a way, they should be escalated. So the first time that you find someone non-compliant, okay, it depends also the level of non-compliance, but you will try to educate. Then usually we will try to have more frequent inspections to ensure that with the corrective and preventive action plans, they agree with the inspectors, they come into compliance. If we have persistent non-compliance, then there will be further sanctions. So we will consider, for example, not we will consider whether we give further marketing authorizations to this marketing authorization holder if they're not already having a good system in place. There are penalties at national level, and there is also the penalties, the infringement procedure at EU level. This, I would say, is more used as a last resort, but it is part of the legislation, and they are all taken into account. But you have to think that it's an escalation system. We will not go to penalize or have a financial penalty as first resort. And now at national level, as I said, there are also penalty systems at the moment, and this depends on the member state. Sometimes they may apply at national level.
Maybe I can say that the penalties legislation is a very complex one, and it's extremely long and unlikely to produce immediate results. It's more a scare thing that a real threat on companies, because I think we have used it once or twice in 20 years. It's really the end result, as was said. So in practice, we try to have more actions before and try to put pressure on companies. But you have to understand that, for example, if we put the product, we withdraw the product from the market, it does penalize also the patient, because they were on that treatment and suddenly the product is withdrawn. So there may be alternative, but patients don't like to change their treatment if they don't understand. So we have to balance the need to have a good safety system in place, and at the same time not penalize the patient for a company not behaving correctly. So this is a difficult balance sometimes. Maybe we can go to the next question. What is the distribution of conducted inspection per member state, and do we have a member state who do not have pharmacovigilance inspectors? I think you haven't given figures, but maybe you can give also an idea of the numbers of pharmacovigilance inspection we do per year, which is not a high level, but it's still very important to have it.
Yes, and maybe after the meeting we can circulate some statistics if people are interested. You have to understand that it depends on the pharmacovigilance system master file location, first of all. So this is something that even the member states do not control. It's the other way around. The member states that have most of the master files and therefore more systems to supervise, usually they will try to enhance their resources so they can cope with the workload. So there is a factor that we cannot really control. All the member states have inspectors. There are some, I think the only one that maybe doesn't have, they have inspectors still, but they are not, maybe they don't have many, they are not doing many inspections, is Liechtenstein, but generally they are all having inspectors, but the distribution of the work, it depends on the, actually on the PSMFs and the systems, and all of them, they conduct inspections even nationally to the affiliates. So even if they don't have the PSMF, it doesn't mean that they don't do inspections. They just do it at another level.
Okay, thank you.
I can give you the distribution. You can imagine the bigger member states have more inspections, but and then for the role of inspector and assessor in inspections, usually the assessors are involved before and after the inspection, but it can happen that they will participate as experts. It's not very common though, and I think it's also because of the use of resources, but they are very much involved before and after the inspection to advise on their concerns, and then also to understand the outcome of the inspection and discuss the follow-up.
Yes, there is a next question on risk management measures. And does the pharmacovigilance inspector check that or some evidence of additional risk management measure conduction?
Yes, they do check. It's part of the routine inspection scope. and it's very important. However, I would like to say that we are looking now for further improvements for the future, and we are discussing, and we may have to discuss even with, in collaboration with other inspectors like GCP inspectors, and how we can really more get evidence or inspect the risk minimization measures at the place that they are applied. So it is a very important part of the scope of the inspection, but most of the times is really checked centrally. We don't go to the sites, to the hospitals, or to the doctors to see exactly what happens. And this is a new area where we want to explore what we can do more.
Thank you very much, Sofia, and sorry for rushing you because I know there were lots of questions and we need to conclude, but this was brilliant. Thank you, Agnello, as well. Thank you to both of you for putting the pharmacovigilance in perspective. There will be sending of more material after the meeting in addition to the slides because you've expressed the need for this data. And thank you very much to the presenters. Thank you for the audience for being so active. And we will reconvene in half an hour at 5 p.m. Amsterdam time. And thank you very much for staying so long. I know it's a very heavy day, but I think it's actually quite useful for you. And we have the last session of the day at 5 until 6. Good luck and keep on the good work. Thank you. Dear colleagues, it's 5. We need to restart. So welcome back for the last session of the day. I know you're a bit tired, but this next topic is fascinating. So I'm sure your attention will be captured by the presenter and the slides. Just a reminder, if you're not speaking, please mute yourself, double check that you're muted, and put your question in the chat box because that's how we have managed so far and it works very well. Thanks for being so proactive. Maybe just also to remind everybody that we will share the slide after the meeting. No worries. Now, can I give you the floor, Mario, for the medical device and the EU system? Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much. Good afternoon, everybody. I'm going to give a presentation, a relatively short presentation with the main elements of the European Union system for medical devices. At the end of the presentation, you will find all the references for further information and, of course, for contact. First of all, it is necessary to define what is a medical device, at least according to the European legislation. In the MDR, it is the Medical Devices Regulation. There is a specific definition making reference to products and accessories intended to be used for human beings for specific medical purposes, so including diagnostic, prevention, treatment of diseases, and so on. And very important, the fact that these devices must achieve their action, their intended action, not by pharmacological, immunological, or metabolical means. This is the main difference, the main difference with respect to medicinal products. Medical devices are something that can use medicines for their action, but not for their main purpose. So with these definitions, you will find also in the relevant articles of the legislation, you can find also some exclusion, in particular with respect to other European legislation, which can be also applicable for some products, but necessary to define as much exactly as possible what is a medical device in the scope of the European Union legislation. Some examples of medical devices. I'm sure you already know that the field is very wide, there is an estimation more than 500,000 types of medical devices in the European Union market. In this slide, I made a first classification because according to the legislation, there are 4 classes of medical devices. From class 1, which are medical devices presenting low risks, up to class 3 medical devices, which are the most risky devices, especially those considered as invasive medical devices. So here there are some examples. Among them, some medical devices which become very famous, unfortunately, during this COVID pandemic time. For example, surgical masks, which are considered class 1. We have also respiratory ventilators, for example, that are considered class 2. And then more risky elements as class 3, for example, catheters, cardiovascular elements, and so on. It's important, very important to underline the meaning and the importance of medical devices in modern medicine and healthcare, because medical devices have a fundamental role in saving lives, improving quality of life, and in general to improve public health. Indeed, the medical devices industry, also in Europe, it's quite a competitive and innovative industry to provide healthcare solutions for the different medical purposes intended from their design and manufacturing. In order to deal with this huge sector and with the need, the importance of the sector, the European Union, since long time, established a specific regulatory framework to ensure in the highest level of safety and performances for medical devices, taking into account the need of the society for public health, and in particular the need and demands of patients. The basic elements of the regulatory framework in the European Union for medical devices are made reference to the so-called new legislative framework. This new legislative framework establish legislative acts which are not, let's say, not detailing the characteristics of products, of devices, but they establish some essential health, safety, and performance requirements, which are supported by the voluntary use of harmonized European standards. This type of legislation is considered a total harmonization legislation in the sense that the same requirements are applicable all over the European Union. There is no allowed to have less requirements or more requirements than the established in the European Union legislation. In this sense, it's a fundamental tool to ensure the free circulation in the internal market, and also to ensure the same level of safety for all the citizens in the European Union. Important to say that this kind of legislation establish different obligations, role for economic operators, and in particular the set of requirements, including also the classification of products according to a level of risk, as well as also the conformity assessment procedure, which must be followed to check whether the product is in line with the requirements of the legislation. The main features of this kind of legislation is indeed the CE marking, which must be affixed on the product to demonstrate compliance with the requirements of the legislation. There is the Declaration of Conformity, the EU Declaration of Conformity, which must be drafted by the manufacturer in order to declare that their products are in conformity with the applicable legislation, and the technical documentation in support of the requirements of the product. Following the same approach in the previous modules, if you have already any question, of course, feel free to ask. If not, we will open a question-answer session at the end of the presentation. So after this first introduction, the specific EU legislation on medical devices include, for the time being, we have 3 directives. one directive dealing with active implantable medical devices. We have a directive on medical devices and a third directive on in vitro diagnostic medical devices. This set of directives was established in the 90s, so more than 20 years of, already 30 years of operation. But now, from next year already, we will have two new regulations. The two regulations replacing the three directives on medical devices, fully applicable from May 21, and the regulation on in vitro diagnostic medical devices fully applicable from May 22. So we have a quite large transitional period from the approval, from the adoption of these regulations, because indeed the matter is quite complex, but we are in the very last period of the transitional period. The Commission is working indeed with the different stakeholders, member states, interested parties to implement these new regulations. It's important to underline that the new regulations lay down some specific transitional provisions from the current directives in order to ensure as smoothest transition as possible. This new legislation on medical devices with the two new regulations had some specific objectives. In principle, is to improve the current legal framework to have it modernized and more robust, transparent, and sustainable. Taking into account, indeed, the advances in the state-of-the-art on the technical solution available on the market, because indeed in the last 30 years, a lot of things happened, and the legislation should be able to accompany the development and the innovation in the field to ensure indeed that also new products in the market are fully compliant with the safety and performance requirements. In this sense, the final objective is also to keep always the higher level of health and safety protection for citizens, for public health, and for patients in particular, using medical devices in Europe. This slide is a bit full of information. We are not going through all contents, but just to make in evidence the main changes and improvements. I would like to mention, among others, the highest level of control on the notified bodies, the so-called notified bodies, which are the conformity assessment bodies checking conformity of products. We have a new classification system for in vitro diagnostic medical devices. We have also the setting up of the new European database for medical devices, including also public access for some information. We have stronger requirements for market surveillance also after having the product placed on the market, and so on. So basically, we learned the lessons from about 30 years of operation of the current directives to improve the legal framework, to make it more adequate to ensure the highest level of health and safety for medical devices. About the structure and main contents, very briefly, you have here the typical structure of European legislation on harmonization of health and safety for products in the internal market. After the preamble, which is the explanation of the main contents, we have the enacting terms, very important, the scope and definitions, the obligations of economic operators, which are the manufacturers, the authorized representative for manufacturers located outside the European Union. We have the importers and the distributors. Then we have the requirements on identification, traceability, registration, the UDAMED database, and the UDI, Universal Device Identification. Some of you probably already know because it's also coming from the USA system. So it will be introduced also in Europe. The requirements for notified bodies and for conformity assessment. We have specific requirements for clinical evaluation and clinical investigations. Then about market surveillance, vigilance, and so on. And then, very important, the annexes, which contain the general safety and performance requirements, the contents for the technical documentation in support of compliance of products, the requirements for the EU Declaration of Conformity and the CE marking, then the different conformity assessment procedures and the related certificates issued by notified bodies. And then we have a part on products without an intended medical purposes, for example, typically aesthetic products, which are also included in the scope of the medical devices regulation. For the general management of the system, the Commission is not alone, and in any case, not only for the complexity, but it's also very important to keep the highest level of participation and transparency in the operation of the legislation. So the new regulations establish the Medical Device Coordination Group. It's an expert group, including the national competent authorities from the member states, also with cooperation of stakeholders, and it includes up to 13 subgroups, working groups dealing with specific area of interest. The Medical Device Coordination Group deal with the general issues, but then the subgroups deal with the specific issues, for example, for notified bodies, for standards, for the devices without medical purposes, for market surveillance, and so on. Then we have another group which is not so formal as the Medical Device Coordination Group, but it's also very important because it is integrated by the competent authorities in the member states for medical devices. It's independent from the Commission, but then, of course, they can share their experiences and information in order to improve their activities, especially with respect to market surveillance. In a similar way, there is also a specific group for notified bodies, those entities in charge of conformity assessment procedure for medium and high risk devices. Also, they meet each other, they keep their coordination in order to share experience and to ensure an harmonized approach in carrying out their activities. I have mentioned before that we are still in the transitional period from the directive to the regulation. So there are a lot of activities ongoing in the Commission with the cooperation of the member states, the notified bodies, the economic operators, the healthcare providers, and in general the different European interested parties to implement in the smoothest way the new regulations. In particular, these include the adoption of different Commission implemented acts, both decision or regulations, dealing with, in particular, with notified bodies, with expert panels, with standards, common specification, with the database UDAMED, etc. Then we are working for the designation of notified bodies. For the time being, we have a set of 21 notified bodies in the NANDO database. It's a number continuously growing because it's very important to have the highest number of notified bodies available for manufacturers and economic operators. We are also developing a number of guidance documents on different aspects of the legislation in order to provide some practical guidance and practical indication available for all the interested parties.
Maybe
Yes.
I can interrupt. Sorry, here. I think you have a question on, is there something comparable to a risk management plan for medical devices before we go to international aspects?
Yes, risk assessment is indeed very important also in the medical devices sector. And in particular for manufacturers of medical devices is required to have in place a quality management system and also to carry out specific risk assessment activities when classifying their products and when applying the requirements. The regulations as such do not enter into detail on risk assessment and risk management, but there are different European harmonized standards, as for example 13485, which is a standard dealing with risk assessment and can be used by manufacturers in order to carry out these activities. So yes, just to say that it's also a key issue for the assessment, for the compliance of products.
Thank you.
Okay, there are no questions, no other questions for the time being. So coming back to the presentation about international aspects, it's important to underline that the European Union system for medical devices is applicable to the 27 member states, but also beyond. In the EFTA EEA, the European Economic Area, countries, which are currently Iceland, Liechtenstein, and Norway. Then there are some countries with specific agreements. The custom union between the European Union and Turkey, and with some small countries like Andorra, Monaco, and San Marino. Then we have mutual recognition agreements with Australia, New Zealand, and Switzerland. And with other countries, there are some free trade agreements. Also, some of them are under negotiation and development. A mention to the special case of United Kingdom. After the Brexit, there is still a transitional period until December this year, and then they will have their own specific provisions. But still, the situation is very fluid because there is still the possibility of some agreement after December 2020. Then a mention to the regulatory framework of the United States. Our, let's say, counterpart, our reference part is the FDA, the Food and Drug Administration. They have also quite advanced the legislation on medical devices with some differences, also important differences with the European system, but we are continuously in contact and dialogue with them, taking into account that the medical devices industry is a very international one, and also for the interest of European manufacturers and economic operators for their internationalization. Other countries with which we keep contact, special contacts and cooperation are also some of the most important in the medical devices international industry. It's the case of Australia, Brazil, Canada, China, India, Japan, Russia, and so on. At the international level, it's worth to mention that there is an international forum called the International Medical Devices Regulator Forum, promoting convergence, dialogue, and convergence and mutual recognition among the different countries or different regions in the world. Currently is participated by most of the countries already mentioned before, including the European Union. Then we have also, it could be interesting by the point of view of conformity assessment, is the medical device single audit program, promoting the possibility of mutual recognition between the different countries and regions of conformity assessment and audits activities for products and for enterprises to avoid repetition and unnecessary administrative or technical burdens. I have lost the control, but yeah, this is the end of the presentation. In the next two slides, if it's possible to move them, you will find a list of reference documents and contacts. In particular, in the webpage of the DG Sante, you will find the specific webpage on medical devices with the legislation, guidance documents, and the different references for national competent authorities and in the Commission themselves, both at horizontal and vertical level. Yes, as I said, the two last slides contain links and references, both at horizontal and vertical level. And with that, the last slide, the very last slide, is the contacts in the European Commission, DG Sante, the service in charge of medical devices. We will be very happy to be in contact with you if you have any question, to try to answer and to provide guidance on your work for the implementation of the regulation. So if you have questions, of course, we can open the floor.
Thank you very much, Mario. This was very good and summarized presentation on the complexity of the device regulation. We have a question, so I'll leave you to, several questions, so I'll leave it to you to answer. And I have also questions, but please go on.
Okay, I've seen a first question. If a medical device is required for medication error prevention by a certain medicinal product design, what about a benefit risk assessment for a specific indication of that medicinal product? Should there not be one RMP document? This is an interesting question because it will be related to the interrelation between the medical devices legislation and the medicinal product legislation. I'm not an expert on this, I have to say. But in principle, if as for the same product, it will be necessary to comply with the two kinds of legislation. So in any case, it will be necessary to carry out a risk assessment specific for the product under the medical devices legislation, and then the applicable RMP document for the medicinal product. So it will be, I suppose, it will be necessary to take the both approaches and not a single document, or at least that single document should include a specific section complying with the requirement also of the medical devices regulation. The two bodies, the two sets of legislation are different also by their principle, basic conceptions. So it would be necessary to comply with both if necessary.
Maybe I can complement a little bit on the combination product, where you have a product and where you have a device. It in general depends. We've seen this morning that if the device is completely part of the medicine product, like such as an inhaler for an anti-asthma product, then there's no need to go through the CE marking, but the inhaler will be tested to see if it releases the right dose in practice. For when there is a device and a medicinal product, what the evaluation will be whether the device is the leading product, or is it a medicinal product which is a leading product? And depending on what is the leading, the other one is called ancillary product, will be assessed as part of the assessment of the leading product. So, for example, if you take a stent, which is a device that is put in the coronary artery to treat coronary artery disease, preventing myocardial infarction, for example, very often these stents are carry some sort of anticoagulant, because otherwise there will be thrombus on the stent. And the fact that there is heparin, it's an ancillary product. The main thing, the main product is a device. On the contrary, as was said for some other, if the main product is a medicinal product and the device is just there to help, like a cartridge for insulin, or then the assessment will be done as a medicinal product. So there is a possibility for the two systems, which are very different, to talk to each other. Now, there's another question, maybe Mayu want to answer, on the main difference between the US and the EU system for devices.
Mm-hmm. Yes, the first difference is about the classification of medical devices. We mentioned that in Europe we have 4 classes of devices, from class 1 to class 3, and then we have this class 2A and 2B. While in the USA system we have only 3 classes, 1, 2, and 3. Then, of course, the American system does not have this C marking, which is very characteristic of the European system. And then also it's about the management of the system, because in Europe it's the responsibility of the European Commission with the cooperation of national competent authorities of the European Union, while in the United States the main management is in the Food and Drug Administration, which is a federal administration. Then it's very important also the role of standards, because standards in the European Union are voluntary. It means that the important thing to comply for devices is the requirements of the legislation. And standards can be used as a tool, as a technical solution to comply with these requirements, but it is not compulsory to use them. Manufacturers can use also other technical solutions provided by non-European standards, for example, or even they can develop their own technical solution. This is very important to promote innovation and not to limit or just to use pre-available standards. On the contrary, in the United States, the role of standard is quasi-compulsory, let's say. They have not this status for voluntary standards. Then other differences are not so significant, because in some aspects the European legislation took into account some solutions already used in the United States. For example, the unique device identification in order to improve the traceability of products. It's about also a possibility to have a general database of products, and also to reinforce the market surveillance activities.
Thank you. We have another question for you, which is the difference between class 2A and 2B. You presented the 3 classes, and yeah, maybe.
Yes, the difference is, as I said, the classification is based on the level of risk with respect to the potential risk offered by the medical device in the interaction with the human body. The European system introduced this difference between class 2A and 2B, taking consider that for 2B the level of risk is higher than class 2A, and this is reflected in the conformity assessment procedure to be used. In both cases, for both classes, the conformity assessment procedure required the intervention of a third party, which is the notified body. But in the class 2B, the conformity assessment enters into more detail, let's say. It is possible for the complete picture, it is necessary to go back to the regulation and the annexes on conformity assessment. But for the time being, we can say that the 2B is a higher level of risk with respect to class 2A, but still less than class 3, which is the higher class of risk.
Can you give us an example of 2A and 2B? Because I think the class 3, which is implantable, for example, is easily understood in terms of risks, versus the very simple one, which is class 1. But the 2A, 2B, maybe some examples?
Yes, for example, respiratory ventilators in principle are class 2A. The basic models which are used also in these days and so on. While, for example, for external pacemakers and defibrillators, which are more related with cardiac control, are considered class 2B. It will depend, the classification will depend not only from the characteristic of the device as such, but also the intended use. For example, even for ventilators, in some cases, they can be considered as class 2B. Again, according to the intended use and the level of treatment to be granted to the patient.
Thank you very much. Just a question from me. How do you ensure that there is consistency in the assessment, the conformity assessment made by notified bodies? Because they're at different level at the national level, and although there is a group that is supposed to ensure some discussion between the notified body, in terms of quality of the assessment, there is no centralized assessment.
No, indeed, this is a critical point because the European system in general terms is quite decentralized. We have not a single authority with market surveillance powers. So, for example, the Commission has a management role, but we have no police, for example, to go directly to the market, to go to the retailers, to check whether products are in compliance with the directive, with the regulation or not. This is the role of the national authorities. And right now we have 27 national authorities with different level of activities, even among big countries, small countries, different level of resources, and so on. And this is the same also for notified bodies, for this third-party conformity assessment. We have right now about 20 notified bodies in different countries, and the requirements of the legislation must be applied at the same level everywhere, and the activities of notified bodies must be the same all over Europe. So a certificate issued by a German notified body must have the same value as a certificate issued by an Italian one or a Spanish one, and all over Europe. Indeed, there is a risk of divergences. For that, there is a continuous surveillance by the Commission, by the national authorities, and by the notified bodies themselves, through their coordination groups and so on. But indeed, it's a critical point because it's not easy to ensure that everything is working well. This was one of the reasons for the revision of the current directive into new regulations, because the notified body system showed some weaknesses under the directive. For that, we have implemented, among other measures, a stricter process for designation of notified bodies, which is a quite complex and even long process, involving not only the authorities of the member states and the notified body, but also specific joint assessment panels integrated by officials of the Commission and by representatives of other member states, in order to have some cross-check, cross-participation in the process to ensure that each notified body is really capable to carry out their activities and to keep their competence during the time. It is also for that the number of notified bodies under the new regulation is still relatively limited. We need to have more, but we have to go through this complex procedure to ensure that everything is really under control. In any case, it's a continuous work because of the complexity and also for the shared or decentralized situation of the markets in the medical devices, European medical devices, and the position of the notified bodies.
Thank you. I think you have another question, which is who decide on the level of the class of the device? Is it the applicant, the company manufacturing the device, or is it the notified body which decide which class it should be? Or is there a reference list saying if you apply for this type of device, you will be automatically in that class unless you have to show that this is more safe than the usual classification?
The regulation, both the directive and now the regulation includes in the annexes some rules to decide for the classification of products. So these rules are the general reference to recognize whether a product should be considered in class 1, 2B, 2A, or class 3. The decision in principle is taken by the manufacturer itself because the manufacturer is considered to be the most expert in its own product. So the manufacturer from the beginning have to analyze on the basis of the risk assessment related to the product, to the device, the manufacturer must recognize the requirements of the legislation to be applied on the device and the classification of the device to define indeed the conformity assessment to be applied. When the intervention of a notified body is necessary, of course, it is also a matter of clarification and negotiation with the notified body, because the manufacturer is the expert on the device, while the notified body is the expert on conformity assessment procedure. So it is possible that the notified body can provide some advice on the classification, but at the end, the final decision relies on the manufacturer. It's also, in any case, it's also very advisable for a manufacturer to contact the national competent authorities in order to clarify possible issues. And also, in any case, the Commission, to help in this work, issued some guidance document. We have already, under the current directive, a specific guidance document on classification of medical devices, including also practical examples of products with their respective classes. We are working also to have the same under the regulations, even if in principle there are no substantial changes in classification. So the current guidance for the directive is still valid also for the regulation. But in any case, again, the final responsibility is for the manufacturer, because under the European legislation, the manufacturer is the ultimate responsible of the devices he's going to place on the market. And this responsibility is assumed by affixing the CE marking and by issuing the EU Declaration of Conformity.
Thank you very much again. I think you have more or less answered the question on the new IVD and medical devices, because you've said that on your website, and you have also all this information that can be accessed. Maybe a question on, do you need clinical trial data for the higher class of medical devices? Do they need to provide evidence that they do work?
It's not the responsibility for notified bodies, it's rather for the manufacturer when they want to develop new products and so on. Then the role of the notified body is quite delimited, in the sense that they have to apply the conformity assessment procedures as established in the legislation to the device provided by the manufacturer. They have also to avoid, let's say, any consultancy. They cannot participate in the development of the product, so including they cannot participate in the clinical trials or something like this. They need to be a third party, an independent third party, just assessing whether the product, whether the device is in compliance with the legislation or not. So it's also another critical issue because we know that notified bodies are sometimes connected with consultancy services and so on, and this could be a problem. The notified body, one of the most important issues for notified body, in addition, of course, of their technical competence, is about their independence and impartiality. They need to be a third party with respect to the manufacturer in order to check whether the device is really adequate to comply with the legislation.
Thank you very much. And I think maybe the last question for today, because it's been quite a long session and a lot of information for the participant all day long. And are there rules for advertising of medical devices?
Yeah, it's true what the colleague said. There is no specific mention to advertisable medical devices. You can find something related in the information that the manufacturer must provide accompanying the device when placing on the market. So it's the information on safe use, about the intended use. So this kind of information would include also the advertising. It is not possible, of course, to give unfaithful or misleading information on what the medical devices can do and cannot do. But we are also in the borderline, in the frontier with other legislation in the European Union, such as, for example, the consumer protection legislation or liability and so on. In principle, already when complying with the medical devices regulation, a manufacturer must ensure that he is providing complete and faithful and not misleading information on the product, so including also advertising. But then, if necessary, he will need to comply also with other European legislation dealing with consumer protection and with advertising and so on. And in some cases, also national legislation, because some aspects related to advertising are regulated also at national level.
Thank you very much. I think it concludes very well this excellent presentation. Thank you very much. You know now everything on medical devices, of course. This was the last session of the day. I know it was a very, very dense a day for everybody. We will start again tomorrow at 9:30. As I said, we will send the presentation probably at the end of this two-day meeting. Really, I would like to thank every participant for asking so many questions. I think it was very useful to see the information you needed. I'm sorry for the few technical glitches that we had, but it was not too bad. It has been sometime worse. So, thanks again to those who have been supporting us all day and preparing these sessions. And maybe just a last word on the something that we'll discuss tomorrow is the difference between a regulation and a directive, because we always take it for granted that people make the difference. So tomorrow we will have a brief difference between the two. I think we have a last question. Shall we be able to access the video record of this lecture if they are recorded? Yes, they are recorded. This is a video, and we will give you access. It's on a sort of YouTube channel that the EMA has, and so you can see the videos on your own time and at your own pace. So again, the presentation themselves will be sent, but the videos will be made available, not immediately, but in the weeks following, once they have been put into the YouTube channel. Thank you very much to everybody. Thank you to our speakers. Thank you, Mario, for this excellent presentation. And I think I can say goodbye and good evening to everybody. Hear you tomorrow at 9:30. Thank you very much.